deserter.
What you doing?
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Almost a full year.
What you doing? What you doing?
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Ardent Moachaeos, Ardent Moachaeos, Ardent Moachaeos, Ardent Moachaeos.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody, and happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Hence the very birdie intro today. Cold open video. Welcome, everybody. If it's your very first time here, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Chances are you already know that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, as do many of my friends, I guess. Anyway, most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but I do, so I want to get that clear right from the start. Anyway, on this channel, you'll see, well, a lot of fossil science. It's not summertime right now, so I am back home in my office. From here, we do fossil news, we go over new scientific papers. We were just talking about a newly described species of dinosaur yesterday, looking at that original scientific paper. I do interviews with other paleontologists, 3D modeling and 3D printing, and lots and lots of viewer Q&A. Talk a lot about different paleontological topics, and the whole point of this channel is to show you how fossil science works from the perspective of somebody who does it. During the summers, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs, live on stream. See if I can find you a clip of that here. Scrolling down on the YouTube page. That'll do it. Let's scoot forward to about here.
From the fossil. You remove that rock matrix with tools like dental picks, air scribes, which is like a tiny pneumatic jackhammer. It's hooked up to an air compressor. Sometimes we use acid solutions to clear away particularly nasty rock from the fossils. Stuff like that. A lot of glue, a lot of consolidants.
Yeah.
Things like polyvinyl acetate glue, PVA.
Let's get into the quarry here.
But
There's Jim Kirkland there, Utah State paleontologist.
and I think they're totally capable of swimming.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
You know, it's just when they're swimming, we don't have any traces.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Jim. Yeah. And thank you, Raiders, for coming in. Holy cow.
Anywho, that's what we do here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up in the field, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I present on at scientific conferences. I'm trying to get geared up to go to SVP at the end of the month, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. It's going to be in Minneapolis this year, our big global meeting for paleontologists who study vertebrate animals. Vertebrates are creatures with vertebrae. Critters with bones, basically. And that includes dinosaurs. They certainly had bones, and they still do today. Birds are living dinosaurs, and we'll be discussing that later on in today's broadcast as we do Thursday BIRDSday. So if anybody's got any bird photos from this week, get them into the Discord now, and we'll go over those live when we start up Thursday BIRDSday in a little bit. But for the beginning of today's stream, I figure we'll do some Q&A, and then I'll get into assembling this life-size Majungasaurus skull. Here's just one of those pieces right there, a piece of the maxilla. Got a life-size Majungasaurus skull that just finished printing a few minutes ago. That's one of the reasons why we're starting a little bit late today, later than I was hoping. Had to wait for the last piece to finish printing and had to sand everything. Get those pieces ready to assemble. Yeah. And the spy says, are there any creatures or animals that have bones but no vertebrae? No, but frogs are kind of close. Frogs have got weird skeletons where they've reduced their number of vertebrae down to almost nothing. They've got a very short vertebral column. I'll show you. Here we go. I mean, look at that. Almost no vertebrae in a frog skeleton. It's nuts. Crazy. Their vertebral count is down to, you know, an absolute minimum. Crazy weird. Adult frogs, at least. Tadpoles have more. They've got... I think they've got full-on caudal vertebrae in their tails. But yeah. Yeah. And how long have frogs been around? Since the time of the dinosaurs. I think the earliest frogs that we have are from, like, the Triassic. Let's see. Earliest fossil frog. Yep, Tridobactricus. There we go. From the early Triassic of Madagascar. Well, well, well. So yeah, they were kind of wonky looking. It's almost like just a truncated salamander. But they're getting there. They're getting there. Yeah, and like Tridobactricus, Majungasaurus is also from Madagascar. We'll be talking about that critter in a little bit. And Lucy Vert, is that how I say your name? Lucy Vert? The Vert part of your name makes me think you'll fit right in here. Vertebrate paleontology. Anyway, welcome, Lucy Vert. It's good to have you. Obsessed with art from previous eras. Well, I show a lot of that off here in the office. I don't know if we've got any antiquated fossil restorations here, but we do a lot of that. You'll be particularly interested in a stream we've got coming up, a special stream. Later on in the month. There we go. On the 21st of October, it's a Monday, we're going to be celebrating the birthday of Charles R. Knight, pioneering paleo artist. Who's responsible for a big part of the way that people viewed dinosaurs throughout the 20th century. This tableau here with Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus, he kind of pioneered that. There's so many knockoffs that you'll see of his art from the 20th century. He was extremely influential. And so we'll be talking about paleo art and why it's important. We'll be talking about the life of Charles R. Knight, all that good stuff. Yeah, incredible artist. Hugely influential. We'll be talking about him on the 21st, on the anniversary of his birth. So yeah. And what day again? October 21st. In fact, you can just pull up the schedule command. I update this all the time. We've got October and now November also scheduled out. Yeah. And would Velia make an appearance? I'm not sure she will today, Gravity, but maybe another time. Yeah. And Astro 12, how are you doing? Paleontology is what I do. Not really into anthropology. Different kind of field. But yeah, paleontology is my field of expertise. That's what I work in, that's what I publish in, that's what I do field work in, all that stuff. So yeah, welcome to paleontology. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And William Stout just had a birthday. I didn't know that, Cody Sheeby. We talk all about William Stout's art all the time. It's been, in the past couple weeks, visiting the museum in San Diego, and then visiting Dino Land in Florida at the beginning of September, and yeah, there's been a number. Oh, the San Diego Zoo, we had some William Stout murals there as well. Yeah, super influential paleo artist who is still around today. Yeah, William Stout, his art style has had a big influence on my own. Yeah, very much an inspiration. It'd be great to interview him one of these days. We'll have to see, though. But yeah, really admire his art. There's something at once beautiful and otherworldly, but also very accessible about it. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, and I would, sometimes at my school we would get enrolled in like art competitions and stuff like that if we wanted to, and I would usually pick one of his illustrations to sketch, like to copy, because we could pick an illustration to copy. And I remember doing his Gasosaurus and Huayangosaurus. Let's see, where is that? I know I've got it in one of his books over here. Let me find that. There might be an image in here. It's out coloring book. Let's see if there's a black and white version of that illustration in here. There it is. Yeah. Even been modified for to make a better coloring book image. But yeah, there we go. Huayangosaurus and Gasosaurus. Just gorgeous line art. Really awesome. Yeah, my own style, heavily influenced by that of William Stout. Yeah. Anywho. And I've never been to Dino Fest, Crimson Carnotaurus, no. It was at Los Angeles this year, huh. I might have to look into that for next year, as I'm gonna be kind of ramping up traveling and doing streaming from various locations and stuff like that. But I should look into that. There's a number of different paleo events that I've been to. Of course, we've got our scientific conferences like SVP. But the Dino Shindig in Ekalaka, Montana is one that I actually helped organize a number of years back. And today it is an institution. It is a major event. Let's see if I can find you a quick video about that. Oh. Here's our VOD from when we went back in 2021. The Dino Shindig. Streamed from there. Yeah, here, take a look at this.
In a few short weeks, people from all over the globe will be traveling to Ekalaka for the 11th annual Dino Shindig. It's
11?
that gives 60
Wow.
lucky people the chance to
Jeez.
be paleontologists for the day, actually digging and making their own discoveries. The event is a huge boost to the economy here and proves that the 400-person town is home to some big pieces of Montana history.
Oh yeah. Ekalaka is a tiny little town, but it is growing.
Southeastern Montana town of Ekalaka sits the Carter County Museum. Step inside and you get a first-hand view into history.
Yeah, so everything that you see in here is with
This guy looks familiar. Could that be the Cleveland skull that I spy right there? It is indeed. We just had this up on the wall yesterday for yesterday's stream. This is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Some people call it Nanotyrannus. Kind of controversial. But yeah, there's my 3D print of it right here. They've got their own replica. I need to make mine significantly less shiny, obviously, compared to that. At some point, I'll have some time to do some more painting. But yeah.
Within 100 miles of Ekalaka.
These discoveries are why up to 1,000 visitors will be coming to town at the end of July when the annual Dino Shindig kicks off again.
The Shindig was founded on the premise that we would like to share what is happening with the paleontological finds of the community.
Oh, that's Saber.
Museum
Yeah.
director Saber Moore helped arrange the first ever Shindig fresh out of college in 2013. That first experience and the reception of the community got her to stay.
Immediately,
Yep.
Ekalaka was welcoming.
That and she
very
married
excited to
my
have me
friend
there,
Nate.
and entrusted me with their history.
This December will mark her 7th year as director. During her time, she's witnessed serious growth to the museum's infamous Dino Shindig, which brings people to nearby sites, allowing them to dig and make their own discoveries.
It's really skyrocketed, and what's fantastic is seeing the community really get behind it and get excited.
This event has really kind of saved the town.
With a couple other volunteers.
And there's Pat, right?
Take them around and say, like, this is the site, this is the history,
Patrick.
these are the things that we pulled out of it.
Gift shop manager Patrick Rowan helps with the event every year as a site expert. He says nothing compares to when visitors make their first find.
To see kind of like that light up in their eyes, be like, oh wow, this is fun.
They cap the site explorers at 60. All spots are filled in less than 5 hours typically. But
Yep.
plenty of other events bring travelers and business to the community.
We fill every single hotel spot. We fill every single camping spot. It's really a fantastic boost for the economy here.
A small museum committed to making a big difference.
We are becoming more influential towards not only our community, but the surrounding communities. We have a small museum look, but with a big museum attitude.
In Ekalaka, Charlie Kleps, MTN News.
Nice. Yeah, and we were there back in 2021. Yeah. Having some connection issues and stuff. I had some hardware issues that summer, some bad ones.
A wishbone on a T-Rex. I'm excited to show that to you when we go see X-Rex at Museum of the Rockies next week. Check out these cervical ribs right now. Very cool. These are, to give you some sense of scale, not all that large. Tyrannosaurus famously has really short arms, only 2 digits, and this one actually has the remnant of digit 3, which is pretty cool. I don't know if this is represented in the original specimen. In fact, that looks like a sculpt right there.
Anywho, if you'd like to watch that, here's a link right there. There you go. But yeah, anyhow. And No Barm says, what is that? Which one? No Barm, you have to be more specific. There's multiple dinosaurs around here. And we'll be assembling the skull of a Majungasaurus in just a few minutes here. Yeah, the last one in your video. The Tyrannosaurus here? Yeah, that's T-Rex. See?
Down on the ground like it would be if it's just waking up from a nap or something like that. So you see we've got...
Yeah. Nice science streams. Belint, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Hello, hello.
These are, to give you some sense of scale, not all that large. Tyrannosaurus
Good stuff.
famously has really short arms, 2 digits, and this one actually has the remnant of digit 3, which is pretty cool.
The Carter County Museum, they had access to a cast of the specimen called Y-Rex. It's from Wyoming. Y-Rex. So they had a cast donated to them, but they didn't have a building big enough to have it stand up. So they mounted it sitting down like this.
I don't know if this is represented in the original specimen.
In order to keep it, you know, have it fit in their little museum. Pretty clever, actually.
Would have been visible in life. This one almost certainly would have been enclosed by flesh. You've got those 2 claws right.
Anyhow. Dapper Historian says, when the earliest Enlightenment paleontologists, that's kind of after the Enlightenment, it's like Victorian era. But when they were discovering bones for the first time, what did they think they were finding? Did they know dinosaurs existed? Well, when people discovered the first dinosaurs, they obviously didn't know that dinosaurs existed until right then. I bet you I can find you a clip about this. I could just tell you, but sometimes it's more fun to pull up a short clip. Let's see. Cronkite dinosaur's tooth, I think? Yeah. That's probably it. Yeah, so when some of the first people to really study fossils in a scientific way, when they happened across these elements from dinosaurs, it was mind-boggling, to be sure, but it was also potentially dangerous for them. Because here's fossil evidence that suggests that the story that everybody's been told about the Book of Genesis and everything, that might not be literally true, you know? Maybe that's more of a poetic thing from the Bible. Maybe it's not supposed to be meant as literal fact. And so people who studied fossils at the time kind of ran the risk of being persecuted by the church. Okay.
One man, William Buckland, was the first dinosaur detective. He had just one clue, a gigantic tooth which he acquired in 1817. To what sort of animal did
Hey,
such
Jay
an
Courts, how are you
enormous
doing?
tooth
Hello,
belong?
hello.
No such creature or teeth that size exist today. Buckland had a tooth, but nothing else. Nothing to compare it with.
These fellows back there in the early part of the last century had nothing to go on. Nobody knew that there were any such animals that ever existed on Earth.
Yep.
They
This is in the
find a little thing
1820s.
like that. Is that what he started with? Something like that? And he says from that he builds a
And there you go, Lucy Bird. Yeah, exactly.
He does.
There's a wonderful book about this, by the way, that it's new and I'm still reading it. You can grab it. Highly recommend this. It's called Impossible Monsters, right here, by Michael Taylor. Highly recommend so far. Very, very well written. It's got excellent prose without being too hoity-toity. I'm really enjoying it. I like it a lot. Highly recommend Impossible Monsters. It's going to be tough to find on like the used book market because it's so new. So you might not find it on thrift books. But, and Quake Cat, UT, thank you for the subscription. Holy cow.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Quake Cat. Really appreciate that pledge of ongoing support. That means a tremendous deal. It means a great deal to me. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, wonderful. Oh, and $18 on thrift. They have it on thrift books already. That's great. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, I made sure to order this from my local independent bookseller. Because I knew about this before it came out. I'd been waiting for it to be officially released, and so I got it at Books Inc. Here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So, with any new book like that, I always recommend, you know, you could just buy it on Amazon. But if you really love books, and you cherish things like independent booksellers, get it from an independent bookseller. Go to your local bookshop. Call them up. Order it. You know, then you get to go there and have a good, nice conversation with the people at the counter. You might run into other folks who love books there at the bookstore. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I think that sort of thing's really important. And that's just me. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, Quake Cat says you're welcome. Thank you, Quake Cat. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, let's get back to that video. Let's talk about the, Well, here, I'm gonna take this interruption and we're gonna run with it, actually. What's it called? Dinosaur Britain is the name of the program. As my grandpa would say.
Which means great lizard.
All right, hang on. Here we go.
Lasted on Earth 850 times longer than modern human beings. A mind-boggling 165 million years.
Yep. A little loud.
There
Let me
were
turn that
3
down.
ages of dinosaur. Triassic,
Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Everyone knows this?
Cretaceous.
Yep. This is a new idea. It happened in England at first. Great Britain is the birthplace of dinosaur paleontology. SolarPod says, I was born 700 meters from the quarry where the Mantell iguanodon teeth were found. You were born in, that's Maidstone, right? Is it Maidstone or Maidstone? In Kent? Is that right, SolarPod? That is, that's pretty awesome. I know some of the famous iguanodon specimens were found in Maidstone. Was that the original, though? Oh, Cuckfield. It's a tiny village in the south. There we go. Okay, nice, nice. I think some later specimens of iguanodon were found in Maidstone. And is Maidstone where they have the stained glass iguanodon in the local church? Maidstone iguanodon. There's a statue that they have outside in Maidstone. There's Mantell's mantelpiece. And there is the coat of arms of Maidstone with an iguanodon as one of its supporters. How cool is that? Pretty awesome. And there is the stained glass in the local church. Anglican church, I presume. Church of England. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Oh man, it's awesome. Any UK viewers in the chat right now? You have reason to be proud about this, for sure. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. I've got a... I think this will get copyright flagged, so I'm trying to reverse it and just trying to avoid getting copyright struck here. But right there near Oxford is where the Megalosaurus jaw was found. There. Yeah. What it did. How cool is that? And it's YouTube. Yeah, Petrodactylus. Yep. Yep. When this VOD goes up on YouTube, I don't want it to get flagged or muted or whatever. Drops so. There you go, Tommy Platicus, yeah. And Diet of Beta says, do you study any aquatic dinosaurs? I do. I study Spinosaurids, which we think were partially aquatic, kind of semi-aquatic dinosaurs. But you're probably thinking about something else.
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct. That we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
Birds.
Still going strong. Enjoyed the zoo streams, what I could catch of them. Good times always.
Thank you, Executive Storm. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the 50 months of support. Holy cow. That is extraordinary. Phenomenal, Executive Storm. You've got a founder badge there, don't you? That is brilliant. I appreciate you, Executive Storm. Keeping me online for 50 months. That's it's almost a whole year, isn't it? Executive Storm, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. But yeah, somebody was asking about if I study any aquatic dinosaurs, and there really aren't very many like marine dinosaurs. One of the very few ones that actually existed is this guy, Hesperornis, and its relatives, the Hesperornithid birds. Birds are dinosaurs. These guys lived almost exclusively in the ocean. They're basically like giant penguin/loon aquatic birds that couldn't fly. They've got these tiny little Trisket wings. Yeah, they're cool critters. Very, very cool critters. There's one predating upon a fish right there. Anyway, these are dinosaurs. But I'm guessing you're probably thinking about critters like this. And I hope I'm not bursting anybody's bubble by saying this. Not disappointing anybody, but not a single one of these animals is a dinosaur. Not a single one is a dinosaur. These are what we call marine reptiles. These are representatives of different groups of reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs, that lived in the ocean, but not one of these is a dinosaur. So we've got big ol' ichthyosaurs here, like this Shastasaurus. We've got mosasaurs, which are giant marine lizards. This is related to like Komodo dragons, varanid lizards. We've got marine crocs, like this guy, related to modern crocodiles. We've got plesiosaurs, both long-necked and short-necked. We've got placodonts, we've got nothosaurs. I think this might be an aguilosaur. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. They belong to different branches on the reptile family tree. And the raven, thank you for the 21 months. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. The raven, thank you for keeping me online for the past 21 months. It does indeed.
It belongs in a museum.
Oh yeah. Thank you, the raven. Appreciate you. Anyway. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is something we talk about on a daily basis here on this channel. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur ancestor. I've said it a million times, and I'm going to say it one more time right now. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. It's not based on vibes. It's not based on what they look like or, you know, external appearance or whether or not they have this feature or that feature. All those things can be clues as to who's related to each other, but at the end of the day, when we say that creatures are related to one another, we mean that in a literal sense. Creatures that are related to one another share a recent common ancestor. And in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur. If you didn't evolve from that first dinosaur, you're not a dinosaur. That's why birds up here are dinosaurs, but pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls, are not dinosaurs. They're close relatives of dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs. Because they didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor, that proto-dinosaur. The dinosaur that gave rise to all the other dinosaurs. These guys split off before that critter evolved, so they can't be dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Same with crocodiles, including marine crocodiles. Same with plesiosaurs, turtles, and mosasaurs. None of these are dinosaurs. I think a lot of folks have an impression that dinosaur just means like a big scaly thing that lived a long time ago. That's not what that means. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of reptiles. That includes birds. That's why we say that birds are dinosaurs, because birds evolved from dinosaurs, and they can trace their ancestry back to that first dinosaur. So they are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Diet of Beta says it's not based on a 23andMe test. I know you're joking, but it could be. The thing is, when living things evolve and they, they descend from a common ancestor, that shows up in their DNA. So if we had DNA from dinosaurs like Triceratops or Parasaurolophus or Patagotitan, or is this Dreadnoughtus here? Whoever it is. Their DNA would show that they're related. Would show that they are dinosaurs. We don't have any DNA from them, unfortunately, so we don't have that insight. We've got to look at fossils instead in order to piece those clues together. But if we could get access to their DNA, that's what it would show, That they all descend from that common ancestor. There'd be landmarks there in their genome that would show that they're all part of this common clade. They all derived from the same ancestor there. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And Dennis Carpes says, good day. Good day to you too. How do we know that dinosaur is the one that it needs to be an ancestor of? We don't. We don't have that dinosaur. So that ancestral dinosaur there, we don't have fossils of. We don't know what the first dinosaur was. But we know that by examining the skeletons of all these other dinosaurs and looking at features that they have in common, that they all evolved from a common ancestor. The earliest dinosaur that we have right here, the one that this dinosaur is based off of, that image is based off of, it's called Eoraptor. That's life-size right there. It's the earliest dinosaur we have so far. Little two-legged meat-eating dinosaur. I really like this illustration of it. That one's really nice. But there will be one that's even earlier than this, that we just haven't found yet. Eoraptor is a little bit too advanced to be the ancestor of all the other dinosaurs. And it's also a little bit too late in time. But the thing is, the further back you go in time, the more all of the dinosaurs start to look like Eoraptor. And that's kind of how we know they all share a common ancestor. As we can trace them back to this kind of a body plan. A small, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaur here. So we can look at some of the other really early dinosaurs. Like Eodromius is also a small, two-legged meat-eater. Like this. We can look at Saturnalia. Saturnalia dinosaur. Yeah. There we go. Also a small, two-legged, probably mostly meat-eating dinosaur. This is an ancestor of the sauropods, the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. But the further back you go in time, the more they start to converge on the same body plan. And that's how we can tell that, they all evolved from a common ancestor. It looked a lot like that. Staurikosaurus is another example. Small, two-legged meat-eater. There we go. This one is a little bit after Eoraptor. There's a cat for scale next to it. But, yeah. So basically all the dinosaurs evolved from a critter that would have looked a lot like this. That ancestral dinosaur. And then we can kind of watch them through time start to diverge, diversify, branch out into different body plans that look super wildly different. So they end up looking, you've got all kinds of crazy shapes and sizes for these animals. But they all start off looking the same because they come from that common ancestor. Does that make sense? Oh, that's a lovely image there from Dave Evans' lab. That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. Very cool. So yeah, all these super different looking dinosaurs, we can trace their ancestry back to a critter that looked like Eoraptor. Does that make sense? Yeah. And weren't Herrerasaurus around the same time too? They were Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Yeah, maybe a slightly after Eoraptor, or Eoraptor seems to show up earlier in the record, but we already have, and we're not 100% sure that Herrerasaurus is actually a legit dinosaur. Might just be very dinosaur-like. But yeah. Anyway. Oh, an interesting Crimson Carnotaurus, huh? But yeah. And TMK says, does the science have all the links from the first dinosaur fossils to the birds? I mean, we'll never have everything, because not all creatures become fossils, you know? Most critters that live and die never get fossilized. But we've got enough fossil evidence to show incontrovertibly that birds evolved from dinosaurs. But some of the specifics, especially back in like the Middle Jurassic, are really hazy, just because we don't have the right age rocks to look for fossils in back then, you know? So yeah. And would there be any way in the future we might be able to reconstruct their DNA? Probably not. The DNA, I don't know, DNA doesn't last very long. It's a very fragile molecule. And so I wouldn't expect that we'll ever be able to reconstruct the DNA of Mesozoic dinosaurs. It was just too long ago. DNA breaks down too fast. We're not gonna have it. But yeah. And Saranlan says, so the first dinosaur was exothermic? I'd imagine that was one of the distinctions, since no other reptiles are. Endothermic, probably. Warm-blooded. We've got good indication that the first dinosaurs probably were warm-blooded. Yeah. Which is why most other dinosaurs were warm-blooded, too. They inherited that from the first dinosaur. But, yeah. There are maybe a few dinosaur groups that evolved specially to be cold-blooded afterward. They're like, we're done with this whole warm-blooded thing. We're gonna give something else a try. So some of the ornithischian dinosaurs, like Stegosaurus, may have done that. Maybe. But I'm a little skeptical of that evidence. I suspect that most, if not all, dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded. You know? Yeah. And from Astro12, they say, sweet. Thank you, Claire, for reposting that. When you were training to become a paleontologist, how did you get past all the potential obstacles that arose while you were pursuing this? You'll see, Astro, if we get a big raid and I play a welcome video, that's got some information on my background and everything. But I've had kind of an unconventional path into professional paleontology. I started off as a volunteer at Berkeley, the museum there, back when I was in high school. I went to school in Montana, Montana State University. Did a bunch of volunteering and fieldwork and research there, and then kind of veered away from academia a little bit when I moved back to California. Just because there's so few jobs in professional paleontology. So nowadays, I actually make my living here on Twitch. This is how I pay the bills. This is my pretty much sole source of income. And this is how I make my living. This is what allows me to do research and fieldwork, to publish papers and go to conferences and all that stuff. You could call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist, and you'd be correct. Yeah, does that make sense? But it's tough out there. It's tough to make a living, you know? And Arthur Dent, thank you for the...
America loses them forever.
For that recurring subscription there. Thank you, Arthur Dent. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You're helping me pay the bills and make a living here. Given that this is my full-time job, so thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Good stuff. Yeah. Of course I had to do that. Thank you, Arthur. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. It's excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff. Kang says, how about teaching? That's what I was doing before I started streaming here on Twitch. You'll see in the welcome video. If you stick around long enough, you'll see that. I don't want to get too far afield here. Get too distracted. But I was teaching full-time when COVID hit, and I started teaching online. So I already had a microphone and a webcam and all that stuff. And I met somebody who worked at Twitch, and she's like, why don't you try streaming on Twitch? And I said, you know what? I will. And it exploded. It took off to the point where I do this full time now, which is awesome. So, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Ios, who got me started on here. Yeah. Yeah. And Kang, thank you for the Prime sub.
If they're removed,
I really appreciate
America
that.
loses them forever.
Thank you, thank you. I know that doesn't cost you anything, strictly speaking. You get a free Prime sub every month, but it means a great deal to me, and that helps support me and helps keep things running here. So thank you, Kang. I appreciate that. It makes a big difference. I especially appreciate people who they know that they can afford to subscribe. Not everybody can subscribe to the channel, and I understand that. Times are tough, and not everybody has a spare $6 a month. But the people who are able to subscribe help make this possible for everybody else to watch. And some people are generous enough to gift subscriptions as well. And I'm always grateful for that, too. Lovely. Those recurring subscriptions, month after month, those are what provide that kind of insurance policy. I know that I can do this week after week because we've got those loyal supporters. So I genuinely, earnestly appreciate that more than I can even say. Thank you for that. Yeah. And something's gone up a lot in the UK, says Bush Doctor. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, shoot, that country not doing so hot, right? Oh boy. But yeah. Anyway. And Saranlin, 16 months. Holy cow.
Comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Saranlin, thank you for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate
I
it.
can't afford to subscribe, but I do happen to have a Prime sub free right now.
Thank you, Saranlin. That makes a difference, and I appreciate it. I'm grateful to you, Saranlin. Thank you. Seriously. Yeah, lovely. Where were we? I forget. Oh, hang on.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Dasher Fernando, thank you for that gift sub.
Fernando gifted a tier 1 sub to Ponscom.
That's the kind of generosity I was talking about there. Thank you, Dasher Fernando. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you.
Third, it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
It's
I
true.
Support different streamers every month, but you'll be on the list again, and here's some more smiley face.
Thank you, Arthur Den. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy cow. That's wonderful.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
And Lucy Bird,
loses them forever.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's a recurring sub right there. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Shoot, that's wonderful. Arthur Den and Lucy Vert, Dasher Fernando and Saranlin and Kang.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thanks, Danny, for the awesome streams.
And thank you, Gamer Girl Me. I appreciate that too. Holy cow. It really does mean a lot to me. Holy cow. The job market out there for academics is not great, you know? And Mark Melbourne, thank you for those 5 gift subs there too. Holy cow. By the way, we've got a hype train going. Level 2 achieved.
Mark Melbourne
Excellent.
really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Mark Melvin. Brilliant. As I was saying, the academic job market is not great. I've got friends and colleagues, you know, with PhDs or multiple postdocs, sometimes from like big Ivy League schools, and they're really lucky to get an adjunct professorship at a small university and get paid like $12,000 a year, you know?
Let's protect our fossils.
Making less than minimum wage.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Jay Cords, thank you for the prime there. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. So it means a great deal. And thank you, Lenina. I appreciate it.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you
And
know?
thank you, Miss Caprikel, for the 1,000 bits.
Train.
You were moving that train right along. Thank you, Miss Caprikel. I appreciate that.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Do you have any book recommendations for paleontology? Specifically,
I do.
Dinosaur taxonomic classifications, skeletal
Okay.
biology, and pathology.
And pathology.
I'm a paleologist from Canada who specialized in osteology, and I really enjoy your streams, dude. Laughing face.
Dr. Prince Bones, thank you for the 100 bits. I do have some recommendations. Taxonomic classifications, those are one of those things that are a little... They're in flux, you know? Cladograms, phylogenies, they're always changing a little bit, so I'd recommend Wikipedia is actually a really good source of information on that. It tends to stay very up-to-date with new publications. But let me just do a quick run-through of different book recommendations that you might appreciate. Here's a recommendation for everybody. I wish there would be like an updated version of this book, but it's still really good. Here. The best, like, single book on dinosaurs that I could recommend is by Tom Holtz, who's a dinosaur paleontologist who, he specializes in tyrannosaurs. And Eaglefire, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you can get hold of this book, it's wonderful. For kids, for adults. Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages. By Tom Holtz and illustrated by Louis V. Ray. Gorgeous book. Really lovely. And there's beautiful illustrations. Ooh, Alvarezsaurs. I love these guys. This is one of the group of dinosaurs that I've worked on before. Yeah. It's written in a very simple style, so it's great for all ages. It's accessible to kids, but it doesn't really talk down to adults either, so I'd highly recommend it. Excellent book. The best, like, single dinosaur book recommendation I could give. Dr. Prince Bones, you were talking more about osteology, too. Here's a more difficult to find book, but a really good one. The Bare Bones by Matthew F. Bonan. Harder to find, this one, but really awesome. So this kind of goes through the vertebrate skeleton from its origins up through all kinds of different vertebrate animals. Really a kind of a focus on tetrapods, so like from fishes with the lobe-finned fish, fins like this, and how those became tetrapod limbs, up through dinosaurs and birds and humans too. Really, really excellent book. Kind of an evolutionary perspective on osteology, on skeletal anatomy. It is much more dense, but man, is it good stuff. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to read this cover to cover this month and next month, because we're going to be drawing some stuff from this when we talk about the dinosaurian origin of birds and talk about bird skeletons. leading up to Thanksgiving. So, yeah, anyway. Excellent book. Highly recommended. Check it out. Difficult to find, but man, is it well worth it. Yeah. So there's the author there again. Matthew F. Bonan. Yeah. Good stuff. And then let me give you another book recommendation. A book that I would love to find time to read all the way through. Here it is. I'm particularly interested in this kind of thing. This book is an illustrated guide to dinosaur feeding biology. So this is kind of in the sweet spot for me, talking about dinosaur anatomy. Ew, let's crud on here. Take that off. Good stuff. Holy cow. So this is a book that I, as a professional paleontologist, will reference from time to time. But it's also really nice just to read cover to cover, too. Yeah, Therizinosaur skulls, looking at their anatomy. So it's basically walking through all of Dinosauria and looking at their features that would, that evolved for feeding. If you want to understand an animal, you got to understand how it eats and how its different feeding adaptations evolved. And that's what this book is all about. So, highly recommend it. Good stuff. Dinosaur Feeding Biology by Ali Nabavizadeh and Dave Weishample. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah.
The wingspan of this flying
Brannington
would have been about 15.5 meters.
Yes, indeed.
Assembly, you say?
We're going to get into that in just a minute, but yeah, we're going to be assembling a 3D printed skull of Majungasaurus, who does not appear on the front of this, but Carnotaurus right here is a close relative. Sorry about the noise. I accidentally hit the soundboard. This is a member of the same family, Carnotaurus right here. Abelisauridae. Oh, yeah. And did I finish The Secret History of Sharks? Not yet, J. Quartz. Not yet. I'm still working on that one, too. Yeah. And Carnotaurus is your favorite dinosaur? That's awesome, Deshair. I would actually like to print a life-size Carnotaurus skull, too. We gotta figure out when that is. When that is. When the anniversary of Carnotaurus's description is. Here, hang on a sec. March 4th, I think. Yeah, that sound right? So before March, we're gonna print a life-size Carnotaurus skull. Put that together too. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. And do you model the skulls yourself? Sometimes, Deshair Fernando. Sometimes they're also scans of original specimens. But in the case of the Majungasaurus that I have, it's files that I found online. So I didn't come up with them myself. Yeah. Anyhow. And Carpet Witch says, which dinosaurs lived around the colder climates, like Scandinavia or such? Well, here's the thing, Carpet Witch, is that back in the day, Scandinavia wasn't cold. Let me show you. Let's go back to about, say, 90 million years ago. So, during the late Cretaceous, for instance, about 90 million years ago, like this globe here represents, South America, Africa, North America, Europe. Scandinavia up here was still fairly near the pole, but global temperatures are much higher. And this is kind of a warm, almost tropical sea up here, kind of covering much of Europe. We did definitely have dinosaurs in Scandinavia, but we don't have a lot of rocks exposed on the surface from that time. So there are hardly any dinosaurs that have been found from Scandinavia.
The killer dinosaurs.
And Einstein Machen, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. In Sweden, for instance, we've got only a few little fragments of dinosaur fossils from the Kristianstad Basin, which I guess in Swedish is Kristianstadsbasen. Sorry, I don't speak Swedish. It's from the Cretaceous period in northeastern Skåne, on the southernmost province of Sweden. There are a few fragments of dinosaurs that have been found in there. There we go. Remains of a leptoceratopsid, small ornithopods, and small theropod dinosaurs as well. But for the most part, the modern geology of these countries, there's not a lot of dinosaur age rocks that are exposed in these places, and so you don't get a lot of dinosaurs being found. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And why wasn't this taught in school? Great question, Gamer Girl May. That's one thing that I always ask myself. Why don't kids learn more about dinosaurs in school? More about natural history? More about the history of life on Earth? Because it's a way to teach a lot of important concepts in a super engaging fashion, you know? Dinosaurs are this wonderful hook for being able to teach people about the history of life on Earth. Dinosaurs get people's attention. But unfortunately, there are, not to be all doom and gloom or like conspiratorial about this, but there is a solid, like, well-organized effort to keep these ideas out of schools. Creationists who have tremendous power in the United States. They've done their darndest to, very successfully, to keep ideas about natural history, about evolution, about deep time, to keep these ideas suppressed, keep them out of textbooks. And it's not just me saying this, it's... Here, I'll show you a little clip. One that we've watched many, many times. But, here we go. This is from a documentary about the 2005 Kitzmiller versus Dover trial.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking
paleontologist Kevin Padian,
showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds. As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx,
yeah, I know, right?
Which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep. We know all of this stuff, It's so cool, too.
Land animals that returned to the water.
The whales are hoofed mammals. They evolved from critters that looked kind of like... If you crossed a hippo with a wolf, you would have, like, something that looks like the ancestor of the whales. We know this through fossil evidence, and it is incredibly interesting and cool, fascinating. And I really, really wish that this sort of thing were properly taught in schools in the U.S., and it's just usually not,
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them. Forever.
Thank you, SearchMe87. I appreciate the subscription there. That's a recurring sub there. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Helping me, this mission of science outreach, goes a long way. Thank you for that sub. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes, by the way.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G.
Yeah.
We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep, it's what we've been able to learn through the study of fossils, combined with the study of DNA of modern creatures, also piecing together these ancestral relationships and who's related to whom and all of that stuff. All of these things fit together to form this grand and beautiful picture of the history of life on Earth. And it's the coolest story in the world, you know? It's incredibly fascinating. And when you tell people about this, they're enthralled by it. It is utterly fascinating. And yet it's largely kept out of schools, you know?
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
Yep.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
There you go. You know? It's so aggravating as somebody who studies this. As somebody who is working all the time on fossil critters, digging them up, studying them, publishing on them in the scientific literature, all that stuff. We have all this wonderful information that's so fascinating, and people are eager to hear it.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
And casually careening, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I don't know, that's a big part of why I stream here on Twitch, you know? Just the idea of common ancestry, the idea that all living things you can trace their ancestry back about 4 billion years to the origin of life on Earth. You know, like on our tree of life right here. That's such a beautiful concept, to recognize that all life on Earth is related. That's why it shares varying degrees of DNA, you know? Why the creatures that are most closely related to each other have the most DNA shared between them. It's real difficult to... A Spartan.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
It has indeed, Spartan.
One paleobirds are dinos.
Thank you for the 49 months of support, now at tier 3. Appreciate you, Spartan. Holy cow, that's wonderful. Incredible. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Like I was saying, it's real difficult to be prejudiced and hateful and suspicious of other people, or if you recognize that we all come from the same place. You know, we're all the human race, and we're related to every other creature on our planet as well, to varying degrees. You know? It's like some hippie that you might meet on the street who says, you know, like, all life is one, man. You know, he's objectively correct about that when you actually study the history of life on Earth.
You should enjoy science as much as you can, and you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
And I abducts A.
About dinosaurs in school in the UK. It amazes me how a country believes a man-written book over proven facts.
Well, it's not so much that. A lot of people will use religion as an excuse to be prejudiced and backwards about things, to oppress other people. It's... I don't know. Here, case in point, a person with tremendous power in the United States, second in line to the presidency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, one of the most powerful people on the planet. He's blamed school shootings on the teaching of evolution. That's Not a joke. He's claimed this. He said it with his chest in front of reporters and in front of the whole country. It's just ridiculous. I'm sure he would hate me, you know? I don't know. I think not particularly fond of him, but shoot, this idea that scientists like me are trying to reach out to the public and tell people about the history of life on Earth and show them the facts. I hope that keeps him up at night, you know? I'm sure it doesn't. He's an incredibly powerful person, and he's also probably super wealthy and everything, but, you know, we little scientists are trying to do our thing and tell people about these amazing discoveries that we're making. Because I think it does make a difference in the world. I think it does... It changes people's perspective. I think the study of the history of life on Earth can make us more understanding towards other people and other critters too. It broadens our perspective. It makes us more tolerant, and maybe that's naive, but I think it's true. But yeah, and hello to you too. Out of the way. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you got a gift sub from Mark Melvin. That's wonderful. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Arthur. That is a good point, and that's why I'm here, you know? There are well-meaning folks who grew up in environments where they didn't learn about the history of life on Earth. They didn't learn about dinosaurs. They might genuinely be conflicted about whether or not about whether or not dinosaurs actually lived, you know? And to many people watching here on Twitch who are lucky enough to grow up in an environment where they've got access to places like museums where you can go and see fossils for yourself firsthand, you know? A lot of people around the world don't have that privilege. And maybe they were taught by their parents, their religious leaders, that like, oh yeah, all those fossils, they're fake. You know, the devil put them there to trick you or whatever. Again, it might sound ridiculous to you, but there are a lot of very earnest, well-meaning people who that's what they were taught. And they trust those people who told them this. And then when they're confronted with this real information, there's conflict there, you know? That's a big part of what I'm trying to do with this channel is reach new audiences and put myself out there so anybody can come have a conversation with somebody who studies fossils, you know? It can be interactive. This is a give and take. We can have a heart-to-heart here, you know? Because I think that is really important. I'm not here to ridicule anybody. I'm not here to make anybody feel uncomfortable or say that they're dumb or less than or anything like that. Like, let's just talk about fossils. Because they're incredibly cool. Like, all of this is so wondrous, interesting, and mind-boggling. Like, let's drink in that wonder together, you know? And if you've got questions, I will do my very best to answer them for you, and we'll find out the answers together, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. And yeah, Alexander Morrison. That's like apparently a TikTok conspiracy theory. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, anyway, here, this leads us back into what we were talking about here. Here we go. With the very early history of dinosaur paleontology, like, dinosaurs were seen as somewhat controversial. It's like, Like, oh, well, who are you? You know, people studying fossils to claim that there were, you know, giant creatures that lived here before man. You know, that's a heretical idea. It was a dangerous idea. But it's true. We have the fossils that demonstrate that. And so some of those early figures in dinosaur paleontology, they risked a lot in order to be able to bring these findings to light, to be able to communicate them to the public. Like they were walking on dangerous ground in a world kind of ruled by the church, you know?
Which means great lizard.
Yeah.
It's the world's first ever recorded account of a dinosaur. However, the term dinosaur had yet to be invented.
If I carefully move these around, you can see how big this animal is.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, put this huge skull together.
Oh, here, I think I skipped forward a little bit too far. There we go.
The ancient jawbone is now housed in Oxford University's Museum of Natural History. Back when it was discovered, large fossilized bones had already been found in other parts of the world, but no one had any idea what they were. In China, they gave rise to the myth of dragons. In Britain, they were thought to belong to a race of giant humans.
Oh boy.
Well, Ellie, if there was one dinosaur specimen to rule them all, and this is it.
That's quite a claim. So how did they go from thinking that these were giant humans to discovering that they were dinosaurs?
That jaw there had a big part in it.
William Buckland. He was a brilliant geologist and paleontologist and very well respected. He started to study these teeth. Now, if you look closely here, you have this tooth coming through.
Replacement tooth.
He recognized this as a replacement tooth. He realized that reptiles continue to replace their teeth. And he thought, well, instantly, this must be some huge extinct reptile. This was something completely new, an extinct animal which has not been recorded in the Bible.
That's controversial for a man of the cloth, then.
This must have challenged quite a lot of ideas for him
at the
time, because indeed this was something completely new.
In 1824, Buckland named this find Megalosaurus, which means great lizard.
Yep.
It's the world's first ever recorded account of a dinosaur.
And I happen to have that right here. This is my 3D print of that Megalosaurus jaw right there. I actually contacted the folks at Oxford and requested the files, and they sent them to me so I could print this and use it for educational purposes. But there, printed life-size, is that original jaw of Megalosaurus right there. Pretty awesome. Yeah, Dean Lomax is holding the original right there. This is an exact copy of the real thing, 3D printed and painted.
However, the term dinosaur had yet to be invented.
If I carefully move these around, you can see how big this animal is.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, put this huge skull together.
Yowza, that's a big
Gives you a good
animal.
idea of the size of this beast. I mean, that's immense.
Pretty fearsome predator.
And it's British too. Incredible.
And what
very,
did
very cool.
Megalosaurus look like?
So we now know that Megalosaurus is this big 30-foot long animal, walks on its hind legs, big muscular hind leg, built for running.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the rest of it. But, yeah, we've got another clip here that kind of talks about that. Let's see. Where were we? This a reenactment of William Buckland right here.
As we still do of all new dinosaur finds today, from the Greek. He called it Megalosaurus, giant reptile.
Yeah.
But Buckland was also a man of God. The church insisted that the earth was thousands of years old. Buckland's Megalosaurus tooth was definitely millions of years old.
Yep.
At the time of the biblical flood, 2 of every species were saved. Nothing God had created could die out. But if this megalosaur had existed, why wasn't it on the ark?
I can think of the Monty Python parody of this song.
While the choir rejoiced, the early dinosaur detectives viewed Genesis as a guide, not a literal timetable of life on Earth.
Yep, it's not a geology textbook.
That Earth, the heavens, the creatures on Earth were created 4,000 years ago. How in the world did they reconcile that? Wasn't there a lot of turmoil in their community?
There wasn't. It was a surprise. It is true that
There actually was some turmoil. That's what that book is about. I think Bob Bacher is kind of eager to downplay it, but there certainly was.
the Anglican Church has produced more great paleontologists than any other organized religion. But they weren't vulgar creationists. They didn't believe the world was created 4004 BC. Not these men. They believed the Bible was a powerful document, spiritually correct. But they believed the story of Genesis allowed enormous room for the mind of man to understand God's law, natural law. And they fully believed natural law operated for a long time to give us these creatures. And they also saw God's hand in the sequence of fossils. Here were dinosaurs, animals that combine features of rhinos and lizards and crocodiles and even a bit of bird thrown in. And before them were amphibians, frog-like salamander animals. And after the dinosaurs came the brightest and best, the highest class, our class, the class Mammalia.
Bob Bacher has a Bart Simpson t-shirt on right here, too. Oh, boy, the early 90s.
They saw a progression, an increase in the
Maybe late 80s.
perfection of organic creation.
Today, most of us have no problem reconciling science and religion. Nearly everyone accepts that our planet is millions of years old. But while we can comprehend hundreds, even thousands...
Well, I don't know. Here in the U.S., there are a lot of people who don't accept that the Earth is millions of years old. There are a lot of people who don't accept that the Earth is round. In fact, that's actually a pretty big Venn diagram. Like, there's a lot of overlap in that Venn diagram, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah. But yeah. And very funny, Devious. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Obviously, donut ship. There you go, Carpet Witch. Yeah. And yeah, Lucifer. Oh boy. Yeah. And there you go, Petrodactylus. Yes. Anyway, we're an hour and 40 minutes into the stream, and I've not even started our Majungasaurus skull assembly yet. So let's get geared up for that, shall we? Oh, and it's Carp Twitch. I'm sorry, Carp Twitch. I was saying Carpet Witch. That reminds me of, there's a device called a ditch witch that can dig ditches. And, yeah. Anyway, it made me think of that. So, Carp Twitch. I'll remember that. Sorry. But yeah, let's go ahead and put together this Majungasaurus skull. So it's going to look like this once assembled. Majungasaurus is a meat-eating dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of Madagascar. It's a pretty neat animal. Let's see if we can find an old clip of that. Isn't there a Paleo World episode set in Madagascar? Let's see. Through here, it was called like Lost Island or something. Treasure Island, was it?
Two flecks of brown bone may not with a provocative tale to tell.
These bones have a bit of a history before the animal was buried. And we can see that when we dug out the upper end of this humerus,
Let me get my stuff together.
we can see that the bone is very badly broken up here, which suggests that a predator was chewing on the bones before it was buried.
Chewing on a big sauropod dinosaur.
Something big was stalking the sauropods.
Something big indeed. Something big and carnivorous.
The hunt for the predator is on. As each day passes,
That is Peter Dodson, Neverwinter. Good eyes. Yeah.
Common fossils you find in the field area around here are these teeth.
And there's Scott Sampson.
We found hundreds of these.
Watched a video with him yesterday.
We haven't found the animal. We've chased all kinds of tails into hills and found nothing.
the teeth belong to a large-jawed, two-legged predator. In its absence, it's already been named Manjungasaurus.
Yeah.
Finding a new dinosaur is a thrill, but every tiny fossil is important.
What we're trying to do is do more than just collect the dinosaurs. At this locality, we find fishes, frogs, mammals, and other small vertebrates. And we need to know that diversity in order to know all of the animals that lived here.
Important stuff. Video sounds a bit low. Let me turn it up.
Is no easy task. Each 50-pound bag of sediment is carried to camp on a back-breaking hike.
Yeah, fieldwork can be tremendously taxing physically.
Fossils from the dirt, they are washed, then sifted through muslin. The fragments will then be dried and packed to take back to New York, where they'll keep a team.
Oh, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing?
For a year.
Oh, well.
Each fragment, no matter how small, is a vital clue to an even larger mystery scientists hope to solve. What creatures roam the southern hemisphere 70?
Well, well, well. If it isn't Mini Pie. How are you doing, Minnie? It's good to see you. You were absent from yesterday's stream. What's up with that? Hello, hello, Minnie. How you doing? Good to see you. Can I brush you a little bit before I give you some treats? Would you like that? Yeah. Oh boy, Carp Twitch. That whole Ancient Apocalypse thing on Netflix? Nonsense. It's total bunk. Misinformation. It's not real. Like, talk to an archaeologist about that, and they'll tell you. I'd recommend Melissa in Denial here on Twitch. She can tell you all about it. But it's, yeah. It's completely wrong. Totally misleading. Don't get fooled by it. Yeah. Here, I bet you I could even find you a video. Let's see. Here we go. This guy will talk about it.
Was there
give you a link to this.
Lost advanced globe-spanning civilization at the end of the last ice age? This is the question that Graham... Hold on a second. Yeah, no, that doesn't look very good, does it? There we go.
I've never seen this guy before,
I
but...
figure that since this is my first full year of having this as my actual full-time job, I should invest in a real big boy camera and at least...
I've never seen this guy before, but...
There's another one over there. What's going on? Wow. Yeah, look at this. It's all coming together. Anyway, let's get to it. There was a lost, globe-spanning, advanced Civilization at the end of the last
The Pleistocene.
age.
Oh boy. Bonkers idea.
Graham Hancock makes in his most recent Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse. Now I love this claim. It makes us think of the lost civilizations that we dreamed of as kids, the things that we thought of when we watched Indiana Jones or played Uncharted. And it's a compelling hypothesis, one that would need a lot of evidence to support it, but I'm sure if there was a dedicated researcher, they'd be able to put in the legwork. Now, if this hypothesis were proven true, the implications of it would be enormous. Not only for the archaeological world, which would have to reckon with the fact that it has an entire chapter that has just been left out of the books, but also for our modern world, as we could look to the past to find ways to cope with the present as we struggle under the weight of globalization. So what is the evidence for this incredibly bold claim? Well, luckily for us, Graham Hancock spends 8 episodes of 30 minutes each telling us all of his evidence for this claim. And luckily for you, I watched all 8 of those episodes more times than I care to admit. I took a lot of notes, I got a lot of headaches, and I drank a lot, like this.
Anywho, we're not gonna watch this, but here, for anybody curious, please, if you were taken in, if you were fooled by that whole Netflix thing, Ancient Apocalypse, here, turn off this stream right now and watch that video instead. You owe it to yourself. Get the actual information, you know? Don't be fooled by some, like, you know, polished, heavily produced Netflix nonsense. Just watch that, okay? You're gonna get the real information. Yeah. Anywho. I've never heard of that, Brennington. I don't think I have anyway. But yeah. You got, yeah. Carp Twitch, there's a lot of, like, misinformation out there online, and it's easy to get fooled sometimes. So yeah. And don't feel bad for getting got. Exactly. Petrodactylus, I agree. Yeah. Here, Mini Pie, let's get you brushed and let's get you some treats. How's that sound? I was brushing your colleague Sweetie Pie earlier, and I managed to brush away like half a pound of fur off of her. Since we're going through a heat wave here in Northern California, I feel like that's a good thing. It's a good thing to be nice and cool, huh? But you don't seem super keen on being brushed. Let's just get you some treats, huh? There you go. Whoop, too many treats, too many. Sorry, I'm gonna take some of those. There we go. How's that, Mini Pie? Good stuff? Yeah. Eat up, they're good for your teeth. Dental treats. I don't want to have to brush your teeth by hand, so let's clean them like this, huh? Both enjoy that. Yeah. Crimson Carnatura says, does it get cold in California during wintertime? In parts of California, sure. Up in the Sierra Nevada, up in the mountains, there's a ton of snow. It can get well below freezing. Yeah. Here in coastal California, in the San Francisco Bay Area, not so much. In fact, I don't know if last year, I'm not sure if I wore long pants a single time all year. Look, you got more. Do you want some more? No? What are you doing? I don't know. Where I live, it's pretty much shorts weather all day, every day. But I don't know. I also don't get cold easily. I spent about a decade in Montana, and I'm fairly immune to cold. And Lucy Vert says, which state is your favorite to dig for fossils in? What are you doing, Mini Pie? There we go. Okay. I think my favorite state to dig for fossils in so far is probably Utah. I've done fieldwork in Utah for the past 3 years, and I've really enjoyed it. But Montana was pretty great too. So was Wyoming. So was California, frankly. Nevada isn't bad. I've loved just about everywhere I've gone to dig for fossils. Yeah. 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 Sounds like a beautiful place to work in. All the places I've worked in have been really pretty, to be certain. Utah might be the prettiest, though. But I'm hoping there's going to be some more California fieldwork coming up soon, and I'll update you on that once I get permission to. We've got some stuff that's still kind of under wraps at the moment, but looking forward to being able to make some announcements and talk about some of this live on stream. Let me scoop up some of these cat treats. And then we'll get started with our Majungasaurus here. There we go.
25 million years ago.
Majungasaurus.
19th century, whole skeletons of dinosaurs dug out of the American Midwest revealed the vast panorama of life and death in the Northern Hemisphere.
But then we've got...
And unleashed a riveting cast of characters, such as Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the South remained enigmatic and obscure.
Yeah, most of the southern dinosaurs from our southern continents. Gondwana, South America, Africa, India, Australia, or India, Antarctica, Australia, and New Zealand. These used to be combined into this big supercontinent down south. And, there we go. During the, say, Middle Jurassic, Africa, South America, Madagascar right here, India, Antarctica, and Australia, and New Zealand, all lumped together in the southern hemisphere in this massive supercontinent that we call Gondwana. To this day, these continents are less explored, less prospected for fossils. We don't know as much about the fossil assemblages of these places as we do the northern continents. Laurasia, which is comprised of North America, Europe, and Asia. So yeah.
For David Krauss, work never ends. Solar panels provide enough electricity to power a small office tent. Each day, finds are mapped and logged for further research.
And very funny diet of betas. The light blue ice, now it's water, Lucifer, just shallow water.
As the team gathered...
Yeah, you're talking about this, right? So the light blue is shallow water, often covering continental crust, if that makes sense. So think about like the Caribbean today or the Mediterranean Sea. That's kind of what you're looking at here with the light blue. It's far too warm for there to be that much ice on Earth at that time.
Others before the campfire, David's thoughts turned to finding the elusive bones of the predator Majungasaurus. Little does he know that his wait is nearly over.
And they end up finding Majungasaurus here. There we go. Yes!
A celebration erupts at the dig.
Oh yeah.
And I took a piece of rock off here, uncovered this bone, saw a big gleaming tooth with serrations staring at me, and I finally had Majungasaurus. A few
Very
minutes
nice.
later, I uncovered the lower jaw here with all of these teeth, and it turns out the rest of the skull is all in this area. I yelled something to the effect of, "We have our Majungasaurus jaw," and a few other expletives, and finally we got this animal.
Excellent. With that, let's get started on assembling this guy. So I've been 3D printing this on the old 3D printer. It's silent at the moment, but we might get it started here pretty soon. First order of business, let's get this thing assembled. So we've got our maxilla and pre-maxilla here with some teeth. Let's just start gluing this. Let's get this thing done, shall we? Yeah. So I'm going to put some glue right here on these surfaces. One of the reasons why I was a little bit late to start today's stream is I had to finish printing all these pieces and then sand them a little bit, in order to get nice adhesion between the different segments. And as usual, we'll be using a special cocktail of glues. We've got cyanoacrylate glue right here. This is good old-fashioned super glue, but really, really nice formula. I like this one a lot. And then we've got some Gorilla Glue Clear Grip. This takes a long time to set, but it kind of offers a good degree of flexibility, stretchiness. Super glue can be much more brittle, but with their powers combined, you get a really nice glue cocktail that sets very quickly and holds really well. So that's...
glue is cheap.
What we're going to take advantage of right here. Yeah. Don't even play Mahjong? I don't play Mahjong. I don't know how to play Mahjong, Brennington. What are you... Is that a Majungasaurus pun? Mahjong, as I recall, is, it's Chinese, right? Majungasaurus is from Madagascar, so slightly different part of the world. Very different part of the world, actually. Alright, we got glue on there. Stick these together. Nice. Make sure we've got nice occlusion. Everything's lining up properly. Looking good. I will be filling in some of these seams with filler material and... yeah, but for right now, this is... just trying to get this to occlude as nicely as I can. There we go. Beautiful. Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. Beautiful. And what I will not forget to do right now is change our category to Makers and Crafting. Let's do that. But Snail Chaser, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day so far, Snail Chaser. For everybody else here, if you've not yet met Snail Chaser, he's one of my oldest and dearest friends. We went to school together. We met back when I was in kindergarten, I think. And we are still friends to this day. He lives in San Francisco, which is quite near where I live. Here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I live just across the bay. But, yeah. It was first grade. Okay, yeah, because you started in kindergarten, huh? I was a grade above you. Yeah. Anyway, I hope things aren't too hot in the city right now. For you, Snail Chaser. Well, I know we're getting a heat wave right now. San Francisco is having record temperatures at the moment. But, yeah. Anyway, we're assembling a Majungasaurus skull after just finishing printing all of the pieces. So yeah, Snail Chaser also streams here on Twitch. And if you like chill gaming streams, you should give him a follow. Seriously. His streams are always a ton of fun. Maybe I can find a clip, actually. Can I find a clip? One of the clips that I've made? At one point, Snail Chaser was doing these streams where... let's see, videos... Let's look at clips. He was doing these streams of the game Fallout. And he had these set up with a randomizer so that it would randomly generate different things at different times. And so, like, Sometimes he would just have to go talk to somebody to, Oh, saved by an ad? Uh-oh. We can't have that, Snail Chaser. Well, here, I guess we'll return to this in a minute. 52 seconds here. But yeah, Fallout... New Vegas. There, Lucifer, yeah. And thank you, Reese, for gifting Snail Chaser.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Snail
I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Reese, for your generosity. Yeah. 20 seconds left. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, Fallout New Vegas is a good one. While you're in the Utah desert looking for big predatory reptiles, snails getting hunted by them. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Ad break over. Good. So Snail Chaser had set things up with a randomizer so that a lot of, like, all of the characters, I guess, were randomized. So sometimes you have to just go talk to a giant fire-breathing ant or something. And then he gives you, like, a quest to perform or whatever. Anyway, here's a clip of that. Oh, hang on. There we go.
Oh god, it's a giant ant. Oh no, it breathes fire. That's not good. Paleontologizing, do you know anything about this? Can you help me deal with this?
I don't think that was supposed to be there at the time. Anyway, stuff like that. Anyway. Let's see, clips, all. Let's find another one.
Ba 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 da ba da ba.
Why'd you come here?
I don't know why. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Anyway, go follow Snail Chaser. You should do some more of those, Snail Chaser. That would be super cool. I had so much fun watching those at the time. Yeah. Anyway, go follow Snail Chaser, one of my oldest and dearest friends in real life. We really ought to get him streaming here on Twitch more often. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to assembling our Majungasaurus here. So this is the tooth row, the premaxilla and maxilla on the right side of the skull. Let's go back a little bit further. Oh goodness, what is that?
Miss Capri Kel gifted a tier 1 sub to Felicia Day. They
Miss
have
Capri
given
Kel, thank you.
321 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that. Felicia Day isn't here right now, is she? But we've seen her streams before, and she is super awesome. Thank you, Miss Capri Kel. She plays a companion in New Vegas, does she really? She's a big Fallout player. Very, very cool. Well. I know her from Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog back in the day. It was back when I was in like high school. But she's awesome. Yeah. We've raided her a few times when we were streaming from the field, digging up dinosaurs live, raiding her. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, Miss Capri Kel. I appreciate that. That means that she'll get to use all of these dinosaur emotes for the next 30 days. Everybody loves dinosaur emotes. Thank you, Miss Capri. Appreciate it. Yeah. Cool. And is Anne the biologist back too? Hello, Anne the biologist. How are you doing? We're assembling a life-size Majungasaurus skull right now. Let's get back into that. I don't want to get too distracted here. get some more pieces that line up with this. There we go. That doesn't line up, sorry. Yeah, let's do the other side of the jaws. Right here. And then we'll join them together. Trying to stay off the internet a little more lately. That might be wise in a lot of ways. And yeah, but it's good to have you back. How you doing? But hearing about dinosaurs is always fun. I'm glad. Welcome back. This is one of those dinosaurs that I feel like should get more attention than it does. Like a lot of Gondwanan dinosaurs. Dinosaurs from the southern hemisphere. Majungasaurus here is from Madagascar. It is super cool and interesting. I'm really glad that it was featured in Prehistoric Planet recently. So it's getting some of the attention that it deserves. But we're trying to add to that a little bit by assembling its skull live on stream. 3D print of a Majungasaurus skull. Yeah. We're, So around here, we're no strangers to Majungasaurus, I hope. Not after today's stream. That's one of your favorites, Foxy Full? Well, you're in the right place today. Super excited to be able to show this off when it's done. And yeah, Casey Snowart, yes indeed. Finally assembling this thing. We've been working on printing it for about a month now. Today's the big assembly day. Good stuff. There's those characteristic kind of brachyrostrum jaws, short snout on this critter. So I had to break this up into a bunch of different parts in order to be able to print it. But it's fun that we actually get to assemble it live. Very truncated fella. Yes, indeed, Brannington. Yes, indeed. Hang on, let's just go here. No, hang on. Let me figure this out. We've got our nasals next. Where are our nasals? What? What? Where are they? Where did I put those? Hang on. Give me a second. And let me try and track those down. But here's Majungasaurus to keep you company in the meantime.
Scott Sampson. It's a defining moment.
This is about the best thing we could have hoped for this summer. All of us coming out here thought if we can find one thing and one thing only, it will be the skull of Majungasaurus. And here it is sitting right in front of me. So life doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah.
The skull,
there we go.
In pieces, reveals a wealth of detail.
We have this very...
Here, we'll wait on that detail here. Just found the nasals, so on the left side of the skull. Beautiful. Yeah. Nice. So what I'm going to do actually is we're going to turn this thing over because I need a nice flat surface for assembly here. That'll do. This is going to go on just like that. Let's put some glue on there. Alright, we've got our slow setting glue. Now for our fast setting glue, our super glue here. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Oops, no, this one wants to come off. Uh-oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. Stay there. We'll figure it out. Need a little bit more glue in there, do we? Dude, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna switch to a different cutting mat. And we're gonna use some paper towels as well, just so I don't get glue on this one. There we go. Nice. Okay. Good stuff. That'll be nice and flat and level. And yeah, we really need some more glue in here. Yowza. So let's do that. Get that to adhere nicely. Yeah. So since I was able to break this up into multiple pieces with straight lines using the slicing software, we can use a flat surface to be able to get them to line up properly. That's the idea here. There we go. Just gotta kind of hold it in place while the glue sets. Yeah, good, good, good. Excellent. And did Majungasaurus have sexual dimorphism? I don't think we have evidence of that, J-Courts. We don't have enough specimens to really be able to test the hypothesis. So it's kind of a... The answer is kind of no by default. But, yeah. Anywho, there we go. Let's see if we can find the piece that goes right here. And I believe... Oh boy, that's it right there. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Alright, and I didn't sand this yet. I might sand this really quickly. Just so that we get nice adhesion there, because I really don't want this thing coming apart on me. Let me get the sandpaper. Right here. Majungasaurus.
Life and death in the northern hemisphere.
Have our Majungasaurus jaw and
Yeah.
other expletives, and finally we got this animal.
For Scott Sampson, it's a defining moment.
This is about the best thing we could have hoped for this summer. All of us coming out here thought if we can find one thing and one thing only.
We saw this already.
Skull of Majungasaurus, and here it is sitting right in front of me. So life doesn't get much better than this.
The skull, though in pieces, reveals a wealth of detail.
We have this very bumpy bone over here, which is the nose, and this was a fairly ugly animal, probably with a big bump on its nose. It also had a large knuckle-shaped structure on the
Call
tip
it
of its
ugly.
head. This is the structure I'm looking at right here. There's an animal from South America called Carnotaurus, which has large horns projecting off the top of each eye. And if this animal is in fact a close relative, as we think it may turn out to be,
It
it's
is.
not surprising that it has some kind of ornamentation.
Majungasaurus was an awesome beast.
There we go. And here is that skull. There is the horn that he was talking about. Right there. So let's get this piece glued on, shall we? So I'm going to put some Gorilla Glue on here. And on here. So far, so good. And now, super glue. This is where it gets serious. The clock starts ticking once you put the super glue on, because this stuff sets really fast. Insta-cure, as it says on the tube. There we go. Yeah. Nice. And there we go. Starting to come together already. Look at that. Majungasaurus. Holy cow. Lovely.
Standing 14 feet tall and 30 feet long, with slashing claws and rows of serrated teeth, it would have been the most terrifying creature in Madagascar.
Anyhow. Pretty good. So we've got some seams like right here, and I'll be filling those in with water putty. Then we'll put smoothing compound over the whole thing. We'll get it painted, but by the end of today's stream, before the end of today's stream, before we do Thursday BIRDSday, I'll have this whole thing assembled. So let's continue here. Let's see what we've got on the backside there. Need the occipital condyle. There we go. Right, that's for that side. It's gotta be this side, okay. Okay. This is gonna go on like that right there. And then we'll have the other piece along the back. Temporal fenestra. Back of that horn. It's gonna go on just like this. There we go. Lovely. Okay, so let me think about what's the wisest way to do this so that everything occludes perfectly, everything sticks together in the way that it should. I think maybe we just do this kind of all at once. We get the best kind of occlusion here. Maybe we do these first? No, I think all at once kind of makes the most sense. But uh-oh, these surfaces here are still smooth, and so what I'm gonna do, I guess I'd missed these. I'm gonna rough them up real quick with the sandpaper. So they stick well, so if the glue sticks to them, adheres nicely, doesn't come loose. Do my best not to breathe in the these plastic dust. That's why I did most of this outside earlier before stream. Lots of fresh air. There we go. So it'll be just like that. Nice. There we go. So let's put a bunch of Gorilla Glue on here. Might run out of this tube pretty soon. I have to put some more of this on the wish list. In fact, I should do that right now before I forget. I use so much of this good stuff. Let's go right there. Nice. And then along here too. Kind of smush that onto there. And then we'll add our super glue in a minute to help cure it extra fast. Let me add some of this to the wish list because we're gonna run out pretty soon. Maybe not on this print, but on our next print. There we go. Paleontologizing wish list. There we go. Good stuff. And you love watching things be glued? Well, you've come to the right stream today, Trent K. I'm actually going to add a little bit more glue on some of these. And then we'll put our cyanoacrylate on as our accelerant. Is our super glue, cyanoacrylate. That in here too. Do occlude nicely. There we go. Make sure we get a nice tight fit. Everything's nice and smooth. There we go. Beautiful. That's good stuff. All right. Oh yeah. I'm happy about this. Gorgeous. Oh yeah, nice. Very nice. Ah! Look at that. Majungasaurus skull. Right here on the desk. Lovely. Here, let's find this other piece that goes right there. Could that be here? It could be, and it is. Beautiful. And this will also help us line everything up properly. So let's get this on here before the other stuff fully sets. Yeah. There we go. Nice, our post-orbital bone right there. Lovely. Make sure that squishes together. Excellent. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Oh man, I'm excited about this.
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Art B. Rack, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Working on our Majungasaurus skull. This is, it's really coming together. Oh man, I'm happy about this. Look at that. And with that, we've got the left side of our skull completed. Beautiful. And HD says, could you design the prints with little slots and tabs to make alignment easier? I could, but it would take a lot longer. This is, I don't know, I find this method works just fine for me. Yeah, sometimes little slots and tabs actually make things more difficult because if you have any... It decreases your amount of wiggle room, I would say. Yeah. So this makes it just a little bit easier. You've got just a little bit more play there. And I'll be smoothing and filling in gaps and then painting this whole thing anyway, so it's going to look lovely when it's done. And it's already looking lovely. If you ask me. Holy cow. I'm thrilled with this. Check it out. This might be my first full-size South American or Southern Hemisphere dinosaur actually. Yeah, Majungasaurus. There's the left half of the skull, and we're gonna do the right half of the skull next. So let me set this down on a nice flat surface and let it start to dry there. Here on the floor. Lovely. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Okay, next up, the right side of the skull. Then we'll unite the two sides of the skull and attach the lower jaws. I did add glue to the wish list, Claire Burt. Should be on there. New ornament for his car. That would severely reduce the aerodynamic efficiency of my car, which is crucially important. I drove a Toyota Prius, and, you know, that aerodynamic profile is part of the fuel efficiency of the vehicle. I don't want to mess that up. Okay. Now, right side of the skull. It would add Majunga power. There you go, snapping grounds. I don't know about that. Okay. This is gonna go on right there. And where's the antorbital pedestal? That's right here. Lovely. Very nice. Ah, very nice. Okay, I'm gonna do this part first. Attach our lower part of the maxilla on here. So, been real generous with the Gorilla Glue. Because this stuff is pretty forgiving. It's the super glue, the cyanoacrylate, that's a bit more... you gotta be a bit more careful with it. Let's try it. Hang on. Oh, whoop. Nope, that goes on there. Shoot. Okay. Well, that'll work. Make sure this is lined up properly. Nice. Yeah. That's what we want. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, let's stick this guy on there, too. Our premaxilla and our nares nostrils. Go. Lovely. Very nice. Yes. That is looking good. Excellent. And did the printer get the serrations, or is that too much for its capabilities? It's not too much for its capabilities, but this particular file wasn't detailed enough to have the dental serrations on there. The, like... For anybody wondering what that is, that's the, like the little knife edge parts of the teeth, the serrations. The file wasn't detailed enough. But that's okay. Alright, next up, we've got the back of the right side of the skull. Here we go. Posterior part of the orbit, the eye socket. Let's put that on there. Along with the post-orbital fenestra. There we go. Nice. Excellent. Lines up beautifully. Ah, flawless. That's excellent. Oh man, that's great. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is going to go on here just like that. Let's do it. And what is this? Well, hello, hello. Simona Giulietta.
Simona Giulietta and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here, Simona. My mouse. Simona and...
Scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Val, thank you for the follow. Ren, the Mama Night Fury.
Dinosaurs had not died, I imagine the mammals would still be small.
Thank you for the follow as well. And Annette88.
And we wouldn't be here.
Thank you for the follow also. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Holy cow.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, I appreciate the kind words and the follow there. Cozy Clouds and Chappie3009. Welcome, welcome. Also, Cosmic Kari and Art by Rack. Did you help bring this raid in? Anyway, Simona Giulietta, I hope you had a wonderful stream. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. We are assembling a life-size Majungasaurus skull that I've just finished 3D printing. Look at those lovely teeth right there. And it's going pretty well, I would say. Anyway, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Looks like you were doing some makers and crafting as well, huh? Hope it went awesome. She makes cakes and has one exposed on the Smithsonian. Neat, Art by Rack. I don't know what that means, but that sounds neat. Yeah. I have an art piece at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Very cool, Simona. Congratulations on that. That is really exciting. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Good stuff. And definitely not a Satan. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And is that a Godzilla emote there? I kind of love that, Simona. That's wonderful. I'm a big Godzilla devotee going way back to childhood. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome. Welcome. Fantastic. Good stuff, Simona. It's in the same museum as dinosaur bones, so I knew you would be proud. It's in the Natural History Museum? The Smithsonian's got a bunch of different buildings, different museums. Museum of Natural History, Museum of American Art, the National Air and Space Museum, etc., etc. You cosplay as a cute Godzilla? Well, that's wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know, talking about fossils, digging up fossils live on stream during the summers, interviewing other paleontologists, doing fossil 3D print assembly and all that good stuff. But yeah, you might be wondering what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. Let me play you a quick little welcome video to introduce you to the channel, Simona Giulietta, and everybody else who's just come in. Anybody else who might be new, or even the old folks too. Yeah, yeah, kind of walk you through what this channel is all about and what in the world a paleontologist is doing here. We'll call forth my good friend, previously recorded Danny, who's walking up behind me right now, and he'll clue you in. So thank you again, Simona Giulietta. Can we get another shout out for Simona? But previously recorded, Danny, why don't you tell these new folks what this channel's all about, huh?
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you.
It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex.
And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs.
Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved.
And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here.
I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too.
I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. 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 That's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to Simona Giulietta for that wonderful raid. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you here.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Well, holy cow. Kit Boga? Is that the Kit Boga I know? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. Holy cow. It's good to have you here. I don't know what to say. Thank you for all of your good work that you've done helping protect the world from scammers. I appreciate you. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. We're working on assembling a life-size Majungasaurus skull 3D print. This is a scan of the original fossils from Madagascar. So we've got the right side of the skull completed, and we're almost done with the left side of the skull right here. So, yeah, to give you a little bit of context, here's a video from early 2000s or late 90s about this critter.
There's an animal from South America called Carnotaurus.
Here we go back a little bit.
It's a defining moment.
Yeah.
This is about the best thing we could have hoped for this summer. All
That's
of us coming
paleontologist Scott Sampson there.
One thing and one thing only. It will be the skull of Majungasaurus, and here it is sitting right in front of me. So life doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah. Now we're assembling it after this thing has been scanned and put up on the internet. Yeah, pretty excited. I don't have a lot of Gondwanan dinosaurs from the southern continents.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating.
Definitely not.
work.
Satan, thank you for the follow.
Or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Welcome, welcome. Not to toot my own horn, but I am a professional paleontologist in the sense that this is how I make my living. I go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summers. I guess the video didn't make that super clear, because that was with previously recorded Danny. That was before I was out here doing field work during the summers and streaming it.
All right. Are we live? Let's see here.
We are.
Here.
Get on with it.
Glad you could join me. Welcome once again to the beautiful, very dry, very hot desert of eastern Utah. We're out here near the town
This is
of
from this
Moab,
past summer.
digging in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation with the Utah Geological Survey. There's the quarry behind me, of course. I'm glad you could make it today.
Kit Bogus says, someone told me you know a thing or two about dinosaurs? I better, right?
If it's your very
Welcome,
first time
Kit
here,
Boga.
Let me introduce
Holy
myself
cow.
real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and you hopefully know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That could be the preserved remains of ancient life, from everything from bacteria to fossil whales, from trees to
dinosaurs are what I work on in particular.
salamanders, invertebrates, fossil plankton, fungi, anything.
It's not just dinosaurs.
But I work on dinosaurs, hence dinosaur paleontologist.
I think a lot of folks have the impression that paleontology means dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. And I hope I don't say the same thing right now.
And
That's what we're doing here. Normally, during
Yeah.
the rest of the year, when I'm not out in the field, I'm streaming from my office. You know, talking about some of the latest
Right
fossil
here.
news, going over new scientific publications, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing art and illustrations and 3D modeling and 3D printing.
3D printing, like this.
But it's summertime, of course, so I'm out here, out in the desert, digging up dinosaurs, and I'm lucky enough to be able to bring you along for the ride. So I'm glad you're here.
They have
Anyhow,
giant dromaeosaurs in their environment commonly.
I'll give you a link to this.
So I have
Get to
grow
the YouTube
quick and
page
get
from
some
there.
size.
All that good
Right.
stuff.
Of course, no one's done a
But
history
yeah.
study of those.
The whole point is to show people firsthand how we do our work as paleontologists. You know, it's one thing to tell people. It's quite another to show them. So that's the whole purpose of these broadcasts. That's the whole point of paleontologizing. And Leah J, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And did I thank you earlier, Lil Bird 20? 9 minutes ago for your follow? Thank you, thank you. We're going to be getting into Thursday BIRDSday in a little bit, so stick around for that. If you love birds, we'll be talking about why birds are living dinosaurs, and we'll be going over a bunch of bird photos taken by members of the community this week. Just kind of marveling at these living theropod dinosaurs and talking about what makes them so cool. Anywho, thank you, Golganek and Claire Burr, for reposting that from Anne the Biologist. Anne said, oh, by the way, your stream inspired me to start a science communication Instagram account about 6 months ago. And now that account helped me helped me into getting research funding. That is super exciting, and holy cow, congratulations. Seems like that account really took off. Well done. That makes my heart happy. Science outreach is so important, and I think all too often we as scientists are overworked and underpaid and discouraged by our institutions from reaching out to the general public, talking to folks about our science. It's not easy to be able to do outreach like this, but it's so important to do that. And thank you for making that a priority. And sounds like you're already reaping some benefits from that. That's so cool. Congrats. Holy cow. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, well, we gotta finish this. Let's get back to our Majungasaurus here, and let's get this thing glued up so we can do a bunch of other cool stuff on today's stream. I'm gonna put this right here. There's various skull bones in this chunk. Get that glued on right there. But I gotta rough this up with some sandpaper here, because both sides of this are a little too smooth. The glue is not going to adhere well unless it's a little bit porous. I'm gonna do my best to not inhale the plastic particulate matter over here. There we go. I wasn't able to get everything sanded before the start of today's stream. So don't do this at home, kids. Make sure you sand things outside. Maybe wear a respirator if you can. Yeah. There we go. Right there. Beautiful fit right there. Nice. And Otter Do It, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I'm glad you could make it. You were here yesterday too, weren't you? I saw your name and I failed to say hello. But I hope you're doing well, Otter. It's good to see you. There we go. Mostly lurking? No worries. Who's got time for chatting, you know? There Alright, let's get this put on there. Very nice. Lovely occlusion right here. It's fitting together so well. I'm happy about this. I'm very happy about this. Nice. And I love how well the super glue acts as an accelerant for the Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue is almost more like rubber cement. But that cyanoacrylate, that super glue, really gets the other stuff to kick so much more quickly than it would otherwise. It's kind of essential. Excellent. Oh, that's gorgeous. Lovely. And there we go. We've got the right side of our skull. Left side and right side. I'll let this set for a minute or two. And then we will unite the two halves. But while we're waiting for that, there we go.
The skull, though in pieces, reveals a wealth of detail.
We have this very
honestly, the fact that the skull is disarticulated honestly provides us more information. When you've got a dinosaur skull that's blown apart, you can examine each of those individual skull bones from all angles. So it's often easier to study than if the skull were actually articulated, all intact, you know?
bumpy bone over here, which is the nose, and this was a fairly ugly animal, probably with a big bump on its nose.
Oh, I think it was
also
cute.
Had a large knuckle-shaped structure on the top of its head. And this is the structure I'm looking at right here.
Yeah.
There's an animal from South America called Carnotaurus, which has large horns projecting.
And
off
you
its
sleep well, and the biologist. Thanks for coming by.
If this
You take
animal
care.
is in fact a close relative, as we think it may turn out to be, then it's not surprising that it has some kind of ornamentation.
Yep.
Majungasaurus was an awesome beast. Standing 14 feet tall and 30 feet long. With
14 feet tall is too tall. That's not right.
Teeth, it would have been the most terrifying creature in Madagascar.
And Drengden, that makes sense, yeah.
While the team carefully removes its bones, Peter and Lydia are on their way to get supplies in Majunga, the town.
In Madagascar, yeah. So we'll scoot forward a little bit and get back to...
A few miles down the road is a welcome break.
Fieldwork celebrations are always the best celebrations.
The menu tonight is a local dish called Verona, which simply means bird.
Bird? Birds are dinosaurs.
But we're going to have a toast. This has to be one of the best field seasons in paleontological history. So here's to pushing back the frontiers of science. Cheers.
Anyway, cool stuff. It's neat to have that bit of, like, fossil science history right there. A documentary crew along to document the initial discovery of that Majungasaurus skull. And nowadays, you know, decades after the fact, this animal has been described in the scientific literature. It's been reconstructed. We can make replicas of it like this. Anybody with a 3D printer can generate their very own at home. That's super cool. I'm excited to be able to use this for educational purposes here. I'm going to scrape a little bit of the glue off of that cutting mat just so that I'll regret not doing this sooner if I don't do it right now. And then we'll stick the two halves together. So hang on just a minute. Oh, while I'm getting that though, let's see. Majungasaurus. Find you a clip of Majungasaurus from prehistoric planet. Oh, or from, yeah, we'll do prehistoric planet. I think we watched this clip the other day, but watch it again real quick. I'll bring this dinosaur to life for everybody watching at home.
The island of Madagascar has been separated from the African mainland for 80 million years. So long that most of its animals are now very different from any to be found elsewhere. This is Sinosuchus. It's not a dinosaur, but a miniature relative of crocodiles. One that lives almost entirely
Little
on
croc
land
critter.
and is strictly vegetarian.
They're herbivorous. Yep. So many cool and wonderful, weird critters from Madagascar during the Cretaceous. And today, too. Madagascar is such a wonderland of biodiversity.
Sinosuchus have tough armored bodies which protect them from attack by the island's predators. So they can risk dropping their guard. Sometimes. Majungasaurus.
There we go. There's our critter.
Madagascar's top hunter. This particular female is blind in one eye, so she finds it hard to make a kill. And she's now very hungry.
Sorry, it's a little loud. Turn that down.
The Sinosuchus have a network of escape routes that lead them to their underground burrows. Once inside, they block the entrance with their heavily armored backs. This little male is unlucky. But he's not helpless.
Anyway, Majungasaurus. Let's get this put together, shall we? Let's unite the two halves of the skull here. And yeah, shoot, let's do it. Paper towel here. Left side of the skull. And right side of the skull. Oh, there we go. Oh man, this looks awesome. I'm thrilled about this. Oh boy. And that is indeed life-size. Patti Labor, yes, yes, yes. Took a long time to print on my tiny little printer. But I figure a life-size dinosaur skull is going to be that much more impactful for science outreach purposes, you know? We could print a miniature, but, you know, with just 10 times as much time and effort, we can print one that's life-size. I figured, why not?
Glue is cheap.
There we go.
Dirt.
Okay, yeah, we're running out of this stuff. Glad I was able to put that on the wish list before I forgot. And now our super glue to act as an accelerant. Get the other stuff to set quicker. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Let's lower these pieces on, get them to occlude. There we are. Very nice. It's over. Make sure that everything's sticking together where it should. Want to get all those pieces to line up properly. Turn it over like this. Nice. Very nice. So there's going to be a little bit of give and take with certain pieces. Not everything can be perfectly aligned, but finding like a happy medium, a compromise, is important here. All these different parts. I'm also glad I did this before everything was perfectly set on either side. Because they're just having a little bit of wiggle room there is important. Nice. Oh, this is looking really good, though. Over again. Very nice. I'm gonna grab some clamps too. Give me a second, I will be right back. There we go. Nice. Right there. Excellent. Beautiful. We've got Majungasaurus. Fantastic. We'll let this set for just a couple minutes, and then we'll attach the lower jaws. we'll be all done. Good stuff. Holy cow. Lovely. And Canyon Arrow Boy says, do we know what purpose of the horn is? The female had one in the video. Yeah. We were talking about this yesterday. About display structures like that in dinosaurs and whether we had evidence that they were different in males and females, and so far there's no evidence that they were different. The skeletons of male and female dinosaurs seem to be identical in every respect that we can find, except for like their interior structure in a few rare cases, like medullary tissue. Yeah. Every time that we see horns or frills or crests on dinosaurs, we've got no indication that they were different between males and females. As far as we can tell, it's always the same between sexes like that. That horn is almost certainly for display. Although it is thick enough that I guess they could, you know, headbutt other critters with them. This whole family of dinosaurs, the abelisaurs, they tend to have very robust skulls. Belissauridae, there we go. So there's kind of a general body plan for these animals. They have got long, leggy legs. They've got very, very short arms, and then their skulls tend to be pretty truncated. Short and almost stubby like this. Like that. Many of them have ornamentation. Horns or bumps or that sort of thing on their heads. Here's Carnotaurus right there. They've almost got like bulldog-like snouts. This whole family of dinosaurs. And so finding a horn on Majungasaurus is not surprising, given that other members of the same family have got similar things. But in most dinosaurs that have got headgear like that, ornamentation on their heads, it might very well be that the primary purpose is to show who is mature and who is not. Because most dinosaurs like this, they don't actually develop those structures on their heads until they're almost full grown. Until they're almost done growing, really. They might be like 80% grown before that horn even starts to grow at all. We see this in some modern birds like cassowaries too. For whatever reason, it was probably really important for these animals to be able to tell who is young and who is old. It might have something to do with social structure or ontogenetic niche partitioning, like individuals living in different parts of the environment and doing different ecological jobs throughout their lifetimes. That sort of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. That horn is probably a sign of maturity, I would guess. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, good stuff. I think we're about ready. Well, I'll give it a few more minutes to set, and then we'll put the lower jaws on. Let's jump back into this with Simasuchus and Majungasaurus.
Once
Super
inside,
loud.
they block the entrance with their heavily armored backs.
Oh, and Nobarm's got a question. How often do they lose or break their teeth? Quite often. In fact, I'm so glad you asked that, because with Majungasaurus and other abelisaurs like this, they've got particularly small teeth compared to other meat-eating dinosaurs, and we think that that's an adaptation for how often they were losing and breaking their teeth. So rather than having big, huge, kind of expensive teeth like T-Rex, where they, you know, they're big honking teeth and they require a lot of energy to develop and generate, when you've got smaller teeth, you can replace them more frequently, and we think that that's probably what dinosaurs like Majungasaurus were doing with their teeth.
This little male is unlucky.
Uh-oh.
but is not helpless. Reverse charges, tailed swipes, and aggressive kicks.
I love the personality they imbue into these critters.
The hunter's snout is too broad to reach very far inside. But just to be on the safe side, the Cynosuchus digs even deeper. For the
Anyway,
Majungasaurus, yet another hunt has ended in failure.
Oh. Yeah, Majungasaurus. This should be ready now. Let's attach the lower jaws. First, we got to put those together real briefly. Here. We'll actually put the posterior parts of the lower jaws on first. You ready? Okay. And this is tall enough that it's like... I hardly put the camera any higher on the... Yeah, but there we go. Nice. Let's do this side first. Plenty of glue. This is a kind of a rough surface right there. For whatever reason, that's how it printed. It's not super even. So it's important to get a lot of the Gorilla Glue in there to kind of fill in some of those gaps. And then here's our super glue to act as an accelerant. Get it to set extra quickly and give it a certain degree of I don't know, kind of, brittleness is not the right word, but rigidity, that's the word we're looking for. There we go. Nice. Beautiful occlusion here. And it's looking good. And it's looking very good right there. Nice. All right, excellent. Rikami says, this is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying. I think it's awesome, too. I'm so excited about this. All right. And we'll do the other side over here. Wish this would stand up on its own. Maybe if I attach a clamp in some strategic spots, we can get it, keep it from toppling over. Let's put a clamp here.
The paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And Skyhawk25, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if we put a clamp on either side of the tops of the orbits, there we go. It's not going to wobble. Good stuff. Now, we're going to put some glue along here. I'm actually going to scuff this up a little bit. So the glue adheres a bit better. This is like really, really crucial attachment point. We want to make sure that the glue really adheres. This is one of those critical points. Can't leave anything to chance here. Oh boy. That's not right. That's not supposed to be there. I put glue over here too early. It's just over here. And that's nice and scuffed up. Good. And then these areas are nice and rough as well. Test fitting. Nice. All right, let's do it. Oh, not there. Here. There we go. Excellent. And nerve. Interesting. It's funny, I've kind of hit upon my own solution to superglue being a little bit unyielding. I find that if I mix it with this Gorilla Glue, the two of these together form a really nice cocktail that it dries quickly enough for my purposes, and it holds remarkably well. Better than either of them would on their own. And so that's what I've been doing for the past, I guess, like 4 years now. I've been doing these 3D prints. These large 3D prints that are too big for just one file. These multi-piece 3D prints. But thank you, I appreciate the advice there. Nice, there we go. Lovely. Oh, that is excellent. There we go. Beautiful. That's really good. Excellent. Oh, I'm happy about that. And now, we'll stick the lower jaw on. The denities on right here. Just like that. We'll wait for this to cure first. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Doom Guy, this is indeed Majungasaurus. Did you read the title, or were you just know your theropod dinosaur skulls? It is indeed Majungasaurus. Yeah. Alright, we'll just let this cure for a minute. I don't want to put too much stress on it over here. Have it come apart.
More protection? He simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
And E. Newerv, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Frankie says, what about bird fingerprints? So birds don't really have... They don't have fingerprints. Because their fingers are locked up inside their wings. I I'm not sure what you mean, Frankie. But we will be talking about birds very shortly as we get into Thursday BIRDSday. Just got to wrap this up, and then we'll do that. And Wilco says, what's the function of the 2 holes in the back part of the dinosaur skull, like in other diapsids? So what you've got back here is what we call the postorbital fenestra. You've got the orbit, the eye socket, the antorbital fenestra, postorbital fenestra, and you have the temporal fenestra up on the top. I'll show you in a minute when we've got this thing finished. In dinosaurs, those are for lightening the skull, and they're hooked up to the respiratory system too. So those are filled with sinuses and air and stuff like that. Part of it is for like helping cool down the interior of the head. Thermoregulation. Part of it's just for... part of it's also muscle attachment. So there's muscles that insert through some of those fenestrae. Like the jaw muscles go down through the temporal fenestra, and I think through the postorbital fenestra too. They insert through there. But yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they're for, basically. Yeah. And do you talk about birds every Thursday? I used to. We're getting back into it, Lil Bird. On Thursday BIRDSdays, yeah. Yeah. I talk about birds most streaming days, honestly, because birds are living dinosaurs. But Thursday BIRDSday is a special birds day for us, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. And Doom Guy says the meat-eating bull would be a nice pick. I've got files to print a Carnotaurus skull, too. They're not perfect. I figured out I might be able to modify those files live on stream to make them more authentic. Do a little bit of sculpting to make them much more like the real deal. But we'll be doing that at some point in the future. It's the anniversary of Carnotaurus's publication in March. We'll try and do it before then. But it'd be really cool to have a life-size Carnotaurus skull here in the office as well. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. I think that's about good there. Let's put that lower jaw on, shall we? There we go, just like this. Yeah, all right. Blue. All right. Let's get this on there. Nice. Very nice. Alright, beautiful. Oh, I'm so happy about this. And the final big piece. Yeah. Excellent. And in Europe says it's so crazy that these massive theropods are primarily what evolved into tiny birds. That's not entirely the story. So birds evolved from small, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. These big theropods are related to them, but these are not the ones that evolved into birds. Birds all evolved from a single species of dinosaur that would have been small, kind of like Archaeopteryx, probably, around the Middle Jurassic period. But these guys are definitely related to birds. They're just bigger members of the theropod group. Alright, what I'm going to do is tilt this up like this. We've got gravity working for us. Excellent. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Ladies and gents, Majungasaurus. Look at that. Holy cow. Beautiful. Oh man, I'm so happy about this. That is wonderful. It's going to look really good up on our office wall whenever we're talking about dinosaurs of Gondwana or abelisaurs or oh, there's so many different topics that would warrant putting a Majungasaurus up on the wall. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. It's going to look even better when it's painted. Yeah. How much resin have you used? This was about, I think, 4 kilograms of filament. So it costs about $100. But shoot, if you were to buy one of these, and you can, there are commercially available Majungasaurus skull casts that require far less work, because you just buy them. They're a bit pricier than this.
Something like this. It may be something that's never been seen.
Scorpion Acid, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Here. Fossil crates. Majungasaurus. There we go. Majungasaurus skull casts. It could be yours for only $4,500. Lovely. Here's a link if anybody's interested. Brian Curtis is one of my colleagues. He's a paleontologist, and this is kind of a side business for him. Fossil crates. But they do brilliant work. And yeah, if you want a Majungasaurus skull, and you don't want to 3D print it, you don't want all the work associated with that, then yeah, you can just buy it. But man, this was... Oh, shoot! Should have let it set for longer. Well, I'm gonna go re-glue this and just let it sit by itself for a while. Yeah. Hang on just a minute. Grab one of these clamps again. I'm just gonna set it over here off camera and kind of let it rest and let the glue set up. One clamp, 2 clamps, that'll work. right, that should do it. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, now that we've got our Majungasaurus skull assembled, so excited about this. Let's move on to Thursday Birdsday, shall we? For those of you who are here for the first time, or maybe you've never experienced a Thursday Birdsday before, maybe you just joined the channel during the summer while we were out in the field. Well, Thursday Birdsday is a weekly special event that we do here. We celebrate the fact that dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. We've got over 9,000 species of them flying around today. We call them birds. And to help introduce Thursday Birdsday, we've got a little stinger video for it. So here we go. Thursday Birdsday starts in a minute here. Spartan, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Holy cow. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Spartan. Here's a lovely Tinamou bird. Speaking of birds, very excited about your generosity there. 10 gift subs. Holy cow. Oh, shoot.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Holy moly. 10 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Spartan, for that. What a lovely day. What a lovely way, rather, to start off Thursday Birdsday. Let's do that now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birdsday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birdsday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birdsday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birdsday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birdsday!
Happy Thursday Birdsday to everyone here. I believe we've got a new Thursday Birdsday channel in the Discord just opened up, right? So, we'll take a look at that. You've missed Thursday Birdsday? Me too, Lenina. Yeah. MSET says that was a great video. Thank you. Put that together myself. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. And top of the category for you. Thank you, Claire Burr. Here. Let's see if I can figure this out. I am... Oh. Thursday Birdsday. There we go. Excellent. Thank you, Claire Burr. Let's have ourselves a look. Thanks, Claire, for taking care of that. Dinosaur Dave was first with a video. Took at Wildlife Zoo in Sydney Harbor. A good look at a cassowary and its eggs. There's hundreds of videos on there from museums and zoos all around Australia. Oh, very cool. Well, let's take a look at this. Open in browser. Okay, we'll look at TikTok. Nope, that's not working. What's going on with this? Visit site. Okay.
Hello, Dinosaur Kev here. And have a look at this. This is something I don't see very often. Cassowary eggs. So you can see how they're bright green.
Yeah, very cool.
These here were probably laid recently by the cassowary. That's stalking around in here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where it is. Maybe it's over this way. Last I saw it was down the back, so maybe they took it out the back. Who knows? Or maybe it's up against the window.
There we go. One of my favorite extant birds. Cassowarius cassowarius, the southern cassowary.
When it tries to attack someone,
Gorgeous.
jump at them and kick them with those big claws.
Yeah.
Dangerous. But right now, there's a really big chunk of glass protecting us, so we're fine. It's just gonna keep doing its dinosaur thing.
Very nice. That is super cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for posting that. Excellent. Cassowaries are incredibly cool birds. They have a reputation for being very dinosaur-like, which is kind of funny because all birds are living dinosaurs. All birds descended from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. But cassowaries, they do a good job of like playing that part, you know? They're fairly aggressive. They've got these big claws on their hind feet. And Dangerous Buttons, thank you for the 6 months of support. Speaking of Thursday BIRDSday. Aw, thank you, Dangerous Buttons, for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Cassowary attack. Let's see if I can find a video of that. Here, take a look at this. Holy cow. So they have been known to kill people before. They're, that huge claw that they have on their hind foot. They've ripped people's guts out with this. Kicked them until people have bled to death. It's, not a critter you want to mess with, you know? Yeah. It's almost reminiscent of the, big sickle claw on a Deinonychosaur dinosaur, like a Troodontid or even a Dromaeosaur. Pretty neat. And cassowaries are just, they're so cool. Anyway. Reminds me of a Troodon claw, says PyroKitty's Tavern. Although the claw is straighter in a cassowary than it is in a Deinonychosaur, like a Troodontid or a Dromaeosaur. But it is super long, and they do use it to defend themselves. It's truly impressive, that claw. Holy cow. Anyway. Dinosaur Dave, thanks for posting that. Starting Thursday BIRDSday off right. With one of the coolest extant birds. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Let's see who's next. Salamander says, just a little group birding session. Been holding on to this video since late June. Thank you for your restraint there, Salamander. Oh, and is that a robin out on the window? Past these little mammals?
Oh my goodness. What is that, Mama?
Looks like a robin. Yeah. It's nice to have some companions for bird watching, you know? Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Salamander, posting that. That is lovely. Good stuff. Gravity says, these are mine. Trip was fun and the birds were awesome to see. What are these? We've got some galliform birds. They look like ducks, perhaps? And that might be a cormorant. But nice, Gravity. See, that's the wonderful thing about Thursday BIRDSday. The photos don't have to be the highest quality. You know? Just like the gal said in the intro video, any old photo will do, as long as it's of a bird. So, yeah. The important thing is, it's a photo you took yourself. The bird that you encountered. It's your bird. The whole point of Thursday BIRDSday is to get people out into nature, to take pictures of birds, to be more aware of the birds around them. We can appreciate the fact that dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. They're all around us. Even if, especially if, they don't cooperate for the camera. Yeah. And Lenina, is that your Halloween user? I love this, Lenina. Here's a sound clip of an eastern screech owl in my backyard from August. Their whinny call is the cutest sound on the planet. Well, let's listen. That's adorable. I love this. Very cool, Lenina.
70-million-year-old dinosaur
Awesome.
eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
And what is this? Original Old Dog. Thank you.
Happy from Utah, the Dino State.
Are you in Utah right now, Original Old Dog? Excellent. Thank you for the 20 months of support. Thank you for that Prime. That is brilliant.
Here's
I really
a
appreciate it.
step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh, important advice?
Step 1, die.
I'm going to write that down.
How
Bearded Fortress, thank you for the 14 months of support. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. You and Original Old Dog, thank you very, very much for that ongoing support. And it means a lot to me. Oh, and you live there in Utah. I forgot about that, Original Old Dog. Awesome. I'll be back out in Utah in, what is it, April or May? At the latest. For, I think I'm going to another conference there in the springtime. So that's going to be awesome. Anyway, hope things are going well for you out there in Utah. But yeah, very cool. And, Lenina, let's hear that one more time. And I'm going to grab something to eat because I'm getting really hungry. I'm going to grab some trail mix. Or some almonds. I love that, Lenina. I didn't know screech owls made a sound like that. That's so cool. In fact, it makes me want to look up some other screech owl vocalizations. That's wild. Wow. Pretty cool. Very cool. Birds are so neat. This one's not my favorite. Super cool. Wow. Neat stuff. Thank you, Lenina, for prompting this brief discussion of owl vocalizations. Really neat. Really, really neat. Yeah. Here. And Scoobs has got a galah. Galah gonna eat some flowers. I think you can hear rainbow lorikeets in the background. Well, well, well. These lovely Australian psittaciform birds. Kind of parrot. Super neat. Let's look at that embiggen, shall we? This is awesome, Scoob. These birds are so much fun. Galahs. So I look very happy, Clipper. Yeah, looks like a very happy little theropod. Lovely. Awesome. I love the colors too, Casey. They're beautiful. So galahs, they're kind of notorious for causing problems, as I understand it. Yeah, I think they're frequent subjects of Australian news. Here, take a look at this.
From sun up to sundown, thousands of pink and grey galahs are making themselves comfortable.
As it gets drier and drier in the area, you know, the township is that little oasis that...
We've shown this clip before. It is the most Australian outback clip you will ever see. It's I don't know. It's something.
They fly over and, oh, here's a good place to camp.
Driven by a lack of water, flocks have arrived in the last 2 months. They're hanging around town, lining trees and houses.
They are so noisy and they wake us up.
But Boulia's new feathered friends are becoming a nuisance, weighing down power cables, causing frequent outages.
Issues is with our computer systems, you know, technology is paramount nowadays with our fridges and all that sort of air conditioners. So that would be causing failure in that areas. So it was having a financial impact as well.
There you go, Alexander Morrison,
Aerial
yes.
residents, the energy company has installed spacers on power lines to stop them from touching, and the
Smart.
town has trimmed trees to remove perching points. Just getting around is a problem.
I've got to walk from home over the pub between two neighbours, and the trees have just stripped by them, and I'm just waiting for them to poop on me.
Locals may be forced to wait until the droughts end before their feathered friends seek new perching spots. Tracy Brown, Associated Press.
Galahs, they're so funny and cool. I love them. And Kenyan Arrow Boy says, do you think some dinosaurs sounded similar to modern-day birds? Yes. In fact, here, we'll return to another clip. We've watched many times. Birds sound like non-avian dinosaurs when slowed down. So, birds, having evolved from dinosaurs, from earlier dinosaurs, they inherited a lot of the same vocal apparatus. They do have a few new things, like the syrinx that birds have. This, like, specialized piece of vocal anatomy. That's probably not something that their dinosaur ancestors had. But, given that structures like that do have a tendency to evolve in very closely related clades like that, I wouldn't be surprised if some dinosaurs had a syrinx-like organ. But, anywho, one way that you can generate convincing non-avian dinosaur sounds, like I'll be doing for my Velociraptor puppet project, is by taking bird sounds and slowing them down, lowering the pitch, lowering the frequency. Check it out. Yeah. Pretty neat. And go for it, Miss Capri. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Imagine hearing that at night out in the woods. What in the world? And there's a whole video full of these. It's wonderful. So, here, take a look. Yeah. And let's take a look at this from Miss Capri Kell.
Casually at a wildlife sanctuary in Western Australia, and I thought they had a lion. That's a bird.
Who is this?
That's you making all that noise? Do it again. Do it for the camera. Action. Oh my God. This whole time?
Australian bustards. Very cool.
What the hell?
Yeah, here. Let me look up Australian bustard vocalization. There we go. Let's hear it. I thought we would get to hear the call. No? Let's try this one. How cool is that? So I don't know precisely what's going on with this down here. Huh. Yeah. I don't really know anything about that bird. Yeah. Displaying Australian bustard. So I don't know if there's soft tissue in that thing hanging down, if that's like an extension of their dewlip, or if it's just feathers down there. It's like a double throat sac, says Wilco. It looks like it. Is that how that works? Is there... The way it's kind of hanging down pendulously like that implies that there's like flesh inside of it. That's wild. Yeah. That is so loud. Huh. Wild. Here's a related species, the Cory buster.
These are considered some of the heaviest flying birds alive today, though they don't often fly. Cory bustards reach sizes over 40 pounds in weight and 4 feet tall in males, with females maxing out at about half that size. For reference, that's about the same height as an 8-year-old human child and less than 20 pounds lighter. And these birds can fly, though, like we mentioned, this is an atypical occurrence. Cory bustards spend most of their time in wide open grasslands and lightly wooded savannas and scrublands. They normally get around by walking, however they will fly if they're startled by predators. Luckily for these big birds, they have friends in high places. Cory bustards may be alerted to predators via their mutualistic relationship with bee eaters.
Oh, very
Bee-eaters
cool.
are another type of bird who commonly sit on the Cory bustards' backs and eat the food the bustards stir up while walking. If these bee-eaters sense a nearby predator, they'll let out a call to warn the Cory bustard of the danger.
Very
Predators
cool.
to Cory bustards include lions, leopards, and other wildcats, as well as jackals and birds of prey. When faced with a predator, they'll puff up their feathers to look more intimidating and try to bluff their way out of an encounter. If this doesn't work, they'll take to the skies, though never for long periods of time. Cory bustards themselves are omnivores, eating animals like insects, rodents, lizards, and more, as well as plants like berries and seeds. They may live alone, in small groups, or larger flocks, though they tend to come together for the breeding season. These birds live in Africa, but in a fragmented range. Those living more north have an offset breeding season to those living further south. Male Cory bustards gather together in mating display groups called leks. They'll puff up their feathers and dance for the ladies. Once a male has enticed a female, they'll mate for mere seconds, and then the male returns to displaying in order to mate with other females. Lady Cory bustards are left to make nests, which are just shallow scrapes in the ground, incubate eggs, and raise chicks on their own. Typically, 2 eggs are laid and incubated for just under a month. The babies are able to
Interesting.
fly within 5 months, but remain with their mother until...
It almost looks like an ostrich chick, doesn't it? It's evolved that same kind of patterning like you see on a baby ostrich. That's interesting to see. Yeah. Ostrich chick. Ostrich chicks here. Come on, embiggen, please. Yeah. And Cory bustard chick. These are not close relatives. That's really interesting. They've evolved similar patterning and stuff like that. I guess it's just really good for camouflage in this sort of environment out on the plains of Africa.
Till the following year. These birds reach sexual maturity between 2 and 5 years of age. Cory bustards don't have the gland found in many other bird species used for preening. So, instead,
No
they
preen
take
gland.
dust baths to clean themselves off. Another odd trait about these birds when compared to other birds is that they actually drink water via a sucking motion. Something almost entirely
I've heard about this,
absent
yeah.
in other bird species who
Yeah.
instead drink water via a scooping motion. Pigeons are some other water-sucking birds. Anthropogenic or human-related threats to Cory bustards include habitat loss and run-ins with power lines. Currently, it's not known how long Cory bustards live in the wild, but these birds have lived past 25 years of age in captivity.
Wow.
For more facts on Cory bustards, check out
Pretty
the
cool.
links in the
There's a
description.
link to that video
Thank you
here.
to Atrocious Allosaurus for today's request. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today, and thank you for watching Animal
Thumbs
Fact
up.
Files.
There we go. Good stuff. Lovely. Let's look up Cory bustard on our tree of life, shall we? Let's look up bustards in general. There we go. Nice. There's the Cory bustard. Australian bustard, I guess is a sister taxon to it. Along with the Great Indian bustard, which is critically endangered. Oh, man. Arabian bustard. I wonder if any of them occur in Laurasia, if they're all Gondwanan. Huh. They might very well be Gondwanan. Otidiformes. Let's look up that clade here. Yeah, large terrestrial birds living in dry grasslands and in steppe regions. Yeah, interesting. It looks like they might be primarily Gondwanan. brown bustard is from Ethiopia and Somalia. Yeah. Interesting. So that's cool. We were talking about this earlier, and this is part of our background for today too. Gondwana. This is the ancient supercontinent with all the southern continents there. South America and Africa, India, Madagascar, Antarctica, Australia, and New Zealand all form Gondwana. That's this ancient supercontinent down here. These things start to split up 120 million years ago. Gondwana is breaking apart, but there were land bridges at various times. A lot of the critters today that are unique to the southern continents are unique to the southern continents because those continents used to be stitched together, stuck together as Gondwana back then. And that's interesting that these guys seem to be mostly southern continent guys too. Southern continents and India, which was part of Gondwana. Cool. Very cool. Yeah. And Babik says, do you think Antarctica has tons of fossils still yet undiscovered? Absolutely. We found a lot of cool fossils in Antarctica, too. There are a number of dinosaur species that have been found from Antarctica. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Yeah. Anyhow. But let's get back to our Thursday BIRDSday. And Dinosaur Dave says, I know I'm breaking rule 1, posting more than once, but this is something Danny will want to see. And I'm not going to be around as I'll be at work. These falcons that nest on a live stream and the eggs hatch. Very cool. We've got a number of these here in the States, too. Yeah. 17 hours ago, it's a big day for bird nerds as Melbourne's famous peregrine falcon chicks see hatching in real time. Super cool. Oh, there we go. Very cool. Is that mom or dad on top? Probably mom. She looks big. The females are larger than the males are. Super cool. Super, super cool. That's awesome. We were talking about peregrine falcons just the other day when I did a live stream from the Lindsay Wildlife Experience in Walnut Creek, California. Super cool. Find our peregrines part.
Female. She's named after Annie Montague Alexander, who's the woman.
Here we go. Peregrine falcons.
At my old apartment back in Oakland, I lived right next to a bridge where peregrine falcons would nest every year. And I was lucky enough, I had a balcony in the apartment. I could set up my tripod and my spotting scope and watch them throughout the day. It was so cool.
So there's the falcon right there.
Falcons, much like bald eagles, had their numbers in steep decline in the latter part of the 20th century because of DDT, because of that pesticide.
Yeah. Anyway, here in Berkeley, you can see the Cal Falcons. They've got a live cam as well. Webcams. There we go. There's the nest cam. I think they're not really hanging out there too much because they already had their babies this year. But there is the live cam, and man, is it beautiful out there in Berkeley at the moment. Gorgeous. Let's take a look. Yeah, live view from the Lawrence Hall of Science. We've got all this lovely fog over the bay. Oh man, that's gorgeous. Beautiful. Anyhow, let's search. Peregrine falcons at 367. This is down in Australia. So, it's coming up on summertime for them. It's, I guess, late spring for them right now. Or early spring? And, they're having their babies. Very cool. This is really neat. Oh, I love it. Here's a link if anybody wants to watch. Here, I'll give you a link to this one. Yeah. Nice. Jay Court says, I've been to the Lawrence Hall of Science a few times as a kid. Very cool. Well, I might have a special announcement about that at some point. Nothing yet. But yeah. Oh, Nerduino, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope all is well. Hello, hello. It's neat to see some dinosaurs doing some live streaming of their own. Even if it's inadvertent. It's cool to see them live on stream. Take care of their babies. That's lovely. How cute is that? Holy cow. Ah, very nice. Very, very cool. Anyway, you've got the link if you would like to watch this. Let's get back to Thursday BIRDSday here. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Scrolling down, Solar says, saw this outside my apartment. And what is this? What bird of prey is that?
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
And Kate Freeran, thank you for the 3 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. Appreciate that, Kate. Thank you, thank you. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And what is this? Is it a kite? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar enough with these birds. And Nerduino says, did you see the paper on the new asteroid crater from KT Boundary today? I did not. Is it the one in Africa, Nerduino? Off the west coast of Africa? Yes, interesting. Okay. Okay, very cool. We'll have to talk about that next week, I think, but neat. Yeah, multiple asteroids. That's been an idea for a while. That there might have been multiple impacts at the same time. They have high-res 3D imaging for it. Very cool, Nerduino. Very, very cool. Awesome. Well, we'll be discussing that next week, I'm sure. On Monday. Super neat. Super neat. So, Laura, this is lovely. I'm not sure what kind of bird this is. But it's so close. Wow. Is it a kite? I don't know. The tail shape is kind of... It looks like the white-tailed kite, kind of, that we saw at Lindsay Wildlife. Neat. Very, very cool. I don't know where this was taken. That would help with identifying this critter. But very cool, Solora. That is lovely. And it doesn't really look like a Cooper sock to me, Jay Courts, but I could be wrong. I'm not very good at my bird of prey identification. My raptor ID is... ID skills are poor, I would say. Neat. And Wisconsin. Oh, okay. Lovely wildflowers there. I'm not sure who this is. There is a wonderful, well, a few different apps that you could use. All of them wonderful. For helping identify critters like this. iNaturalist or Cornell Lab of Ornithology's Merlin app. Excellent. Well, I don't know my birds of prey well enough to be able to tell you who this is. Yeah. Huh. And yeah, where is Green Herring? I'm not sure. Huh. Green Herring would know. You're right, Bobine. But very cool. Thank you for sharing, Solor. Pretty neat. I bet you we can... Here. Just look at this more closely. Wisconsin gray bird of prey with red thighs. Hawks in Wisconsin. Red-tailed hawk. It's not that. I don't think it's a Cooper's hawk. It could be a sharp-shinned hawk, but that doesn't quite look right. Broad-winged hawk, I don't think so. Rough-legged hawk, I don't think so. Northern goshawk. Could be, but I'm going to say probably not. Could it be a Swainson's hawk? Huh. Distinct dark bib. Ferruginous hawk. Northern harrier. Red-shouldered hawk. It might not be a hawk at all. I think it's going to be some other kind of a bird of prey. Huh. Yeah. Cooper's hawk or accipiter. So accipiters are just hawks in general. That's the whole family. Hawks and eagles are accipiters. And Swainson's looks right to me, says Charlie's Dragon. Interesting. I don't know. Does it? Swainson's hawk. Could be. I'm not seeing that kind of rufous patch all along the breast like I would expect for a Swainson's hawk, though. Yeah, I don't think it's that. Not sure who that is. Anyway, interesting stuff. Thank you, Solor, for posting. Yeah. And Cooper's hawk. Could it be a Cooper's hawk? Let's see. Cooper's hawk. Could be. Could be. Dark head. The head, yeah, it does look like that. I think it is a Cooper's hawk. I was wrong. Pretty sure that's a Cooper's hawk. Very cool. And that would make sense, because they like hanging out kind of down low, inside, like, in forests in the trees. They don't necessarily like to be the highest up. You know, they're comfortable being close to ground level. Very nice, Solor. Very nice. Cooper's hawk makes the most sense. Anyway. Very nice, Solor. Nice work. And Peanut Butter Princess says common birds, but I still think they are pretty. I agree. Rock doves like this. Feral pigeons. Columba livia are, they really are lovely. And we saw some at, saw one.
Set up my tripod and my spotting scope and watch them throughout the day.
At Lindsay Wildlife. Yeah, where's our,
Spitz and Miley.
There we go. Really lovely.
So many people see these birds in cities and try and ignore them or worse. But they really are just beautiful animals. Worthy of our respect and our admiration.
Yeah. Sometimes those common critters are really some of the most beautiful. You know, if you just stop and pay attention, you can find tremendous beauty in an animal like a pigeon. They really are lovely. And hey, Rakadactylus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Pyrokitties Tavern says, we have a bird feeder with a camera, I love watching to see what comes to enjoy before the squirrels devour it all. If you put cayenne pepper in with the seed, you can help get rid of the squirrels. Pyrokitty's Tavern. Because birds don't mind it at all, but squirrels don't like it. So oh, you've tried? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I have a similar problem with rats visiting my camera feeder. But I just need to set it up on a pole with a proper baffle on it. And that should keep them off. I just haven't had time to do it. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, exotics are cool and all, but the common species are also worthy of admiration. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah. Speaking of exotics, though, ostriches having a comfortable stroll in 100 degrees Fahrenheit weather. The mammals, on the other hand, not so much. Yeah. This is lovely, Dr. Tara. Oh, I love ostriches. Heaviest living bird. Everybody else is hanging out in the shade, but the ostriches are just like, oh yeah, we love this. Birds, too, tend to be pretty good at regulating their temperature. And do they pee, says Frankie? Yeah, ostriches actually do. Most birds don't urinate, but ostriches do. They have liquid urine. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. What's shaking? You're pushing the camera around already? Look at that. You're incorrigible, sweetie pie. You're incorrigible. I brushed you a lot earlier, so I don't think you need more brushing right now, but let me get you some treats, huh? You know that sound. Hey, come here. Take a look at this. Ooh, oh, you stepped right over them. Hey, spatial awareness. Look at this. There you go. Yeah. There you go. How you doing, sweetie? And is that the case for all paleognathe birds or just ostriches? That's a great question, Salamander. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if tinamous have like a pasty kind of droppings like most birds, or if they pee like ostriches do. I'm not sure. All your camera are now belong to Sweetie Pie. There you go, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. And no one has managed to corrige her yet. Yeah, she is incorrigible so far, Mayor Space. Yeah, good stuff. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, Sweetie Pie. I don't know why it took you so long to get here, but it's good to have you here. And Salamander says, she's such a good treat cruncher. She better be. These are special dental treats, so it's essential that she chews them, you know? Yeah, it's Mini Pie who likes to just inhale the treats, just swallow them whole without chewing them. Not the greatest. Yeah. Good stuff. Did you eat almost all of them? Look, we got another piece right here. There you go. Eat it. There you go. Wow, clean plate club, Sweetie Pie. Nice work. Good job. Yeah. She's gonna explore the background a little bit. She loves this cycad over here, plastic cycad plant. Don't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Oh. We're doing some cleaning up after dinner. Very nice. Good job. Clean those paws. Yeah. Oh, and Claire says, Lordy had a question about the cutoff for copper pennies. Yeah, 1981. It was about halfway through 82 that they switched to zinc. The U.S. Mint. Anyway. Oh, sweetie. Yeah. Yeah. Can we get some more sweetie pie emotes going in the chat? Oh. And here she is pushing the camera around. That's her favorite thing to do. Yeah. There we go. Can't take our eyes off of you, sweetie pie. Oh. She has such a face. She does. Multiple eyes, multiple teeth. Yeah, you've got a face in spades, sweetie pie. And now you're using it to push the camera around. Yeah, what are you doing? What's that for? What's that for? What's the meaning of that? Oh. Oh. Sweetie Pie, the camera operator. Yeah. Here you go. You having a good day? Thanks for coming to say hello. A little bit later than usual. Anyway. We love you, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Here, let's get back to Thursday BIRDSday here. Our lovely ostriches. Thank you, Dr. Terminator, for posting them. Love ostriches. Super cool. Thank you, Dr. Tara, for posting those. Paleo Dude 248 says this is the best photo I could get of him before he tried biting me. Uh-oh. Yeah, theropods will do that. They love to bite. They love to bite, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Paleo Dude. Hey, don't bite that. Bite that. It's plastic. You don't want to do that. What are you doing? She's hitting the soundboard buttons. Sweetie Pie. Oh boy. Cat Chaos. Cat Chaos. Yeah. I can't tell her to go away or anything. She's one of my landlords, you know? Yeah. I'm only here because she puts up with me. I pay rent to her, you know? Huh, Sweetie Pie? Are you part of the capital owning class? Yeah? Oh. Are you landed gentry? Yeah, she is. She doesn't make her income through labor like the rest of us. No, not at all. And Barry Punch, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to see you, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anyway, hang on. How did we scoot down? She must have pressed a button here. Oh, here we go. Neverwinter. It's got a lovely bird photo for us. Holy cow. Neverwinter says, I got a chance this weekend to see one of the rarest warblers in North America. Kirtland's warbler. Drove for 4 hours to see it, then waited 5.5 hours for it to show itself, then drove 4 hours back, but it was worth every minute. The species has been on the rebound in recent years due to habitat protection in Michigan, where it breeds in young jack pine trees. This is incredible, Neverwinter. Gorgeous photograph. Look at that. This bird's got a little band right there. Part of some conservation efforts, I would presume. That leg band. Either that or this bird has served some hard time. Very nice. That's gorgeous. Neverwinter, this is brilliant. And big paleo salute for for spending all that time trying to track down this little theropod. That's lovely. Let's look these up. Kirtland's warbler. Look them up on our Tree of Life. There we go. Oh, different genus and species? What you said? Interesting. And at least it's a beautiful drive through Michigan. It really is. I've spent some time in western Michigan, along the shore of the lake there, and it's lovely. Kirtland's warbler. Dendroica kirtlandi. Interesting. Pseudophaga kirtlandi. I wonder what the different genus name. Oh. So Wikipedia puts it as Pseudophaga kirtlandi. Interesting. Also known as the jack pine bird or the jack pine warbler. And they are near threatened, at risk, G3, which I guess, is that what you were referring to there? Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. But this is super cool. Neverwinterful is a real one when it comes to Thursday BIRDSday and knowing a thing or two about birds. That's really impressive. I am, color me suitably impressed, Neverwinterful, as I usually am by your posts. This is lovely. Give it one of those too. And we find a pine tree. There we go. Nice. Lovely. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Steely Dan says this hawk was very interested in whatever was going on inside the building. Kept flying past the same group of windows. Maybe somebody brought their little dog to the office and it looked appetizing. Interesting. That's wild. It could be looking at its own reflection, but I wonder. Huh. Keep your pets inside, people. There's hungry dinosaurs out there. Birds of prey who'd love to snack upon them. That is really neat. I love that Steely Dan. Let's watch it one more time. Very cool. Gives you a great sense of scale for this bird too. Like it's a big old bird. Some kind of accipiter, I think. A hawk or an eagle. Very nice. Cool stuff. Very cool. Well done. Oh, and Neverwinter confirmed that was Cooper sock earlier. Awesome. Yeah. Alexander Morrison says some crows parading around the side yard. One is definitely begging for food, possibly a recently fledged crow still seeing the other crow as a provider of food. I know you'll enjoy the music, Danny. It's been months since I brought back Brian Eng's music. Enjoy. Oh, we will. Ah, fantastic. Huh. I wonder if that's an older sibling or a parent crow right there. Good stuff. Lovely. Good stuff. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for another excellent video there. Appreciate it. Bangers each and every time. Very nice. Were you here, Alexander Morrison, when we did our tour of the Alf Museum? No, not the Alf Museum, the Western Science Center. We saw some of Brian Eng's original work there. It was pretty neat. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. You didn't, unfortunately. Let me give you the link so that you can see that. Here, hang on. But his life-size bust sculpture of Dynamo Terror was there. And then he had some murals there also. And his like concept art notebook was on display too, which was pretty cool. There we go.
So this is about the same age as some of the dinosaurs that I was excavating in the Judith River Formation, which is really kind of equivalent to the Dinosaur Park Formation of northern Montana.
Here we go.
Right. Provide now, speaking in the head, reconstruction of Dynamo Terror. So a little bit speculative in terms of the soft tissue here. We've got some feathery fuzz up there, some almost like eyebrows up here, filamentous feathers, skin flap right there. But beautiful work. Super cool. Super, super cool.
Anyway, here is a link to that video if you'd like to take a look later. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you again for your video there, Alexander Morrison. Good stuff. Niffler says, this guy was hanging out in the cafe of my local wildlife park. Who is this? Wow. Look at that bird. I don't know who this is. A rook? Is it a rook? Rooks are a kind of corvid, aren't they? What a handsome critter. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. So rooks are related to crows and ravens. They're part of Corvidae. Right down here. Looks nothing like the chess piece, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. It's far more mobile, too. Doesn't have to move in a straight line. Is that right? Rook's the little castle-y looking one, right? Yeah. Corvus Rugiligus. Cool. So they're, of course, related to crows. They're part of this clade. Like crows. Part of Corvidae. There we go. Crows, ravens, and jackdaws. There we go. Rook. Very, very cool. Lovely photo there, Niffler. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Really nice. Really, really nice. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, I see them, a bunch of them congregate at some leftover structures at a former factory line. Interesting. Really neat. And where is this pic from? I'm not sure. Wonder where this was taken, Niffler. But it's lovely. What a beautiful animal. Good stuff. And Airboss has got a peregrine falcon here. Lovely up close and personal picture of this peregrine. Beautiful. Very, very cool. Oh, this also gives me a chance, like we were talking about, here.
So many people see these birds and say falcons, much like bald eagles, had their numbers in steep decline in the latter part of the There's tops when they go into prey.
Anyway, talking about them diving, going into a stoop, all these adaptations they have for moving
Related to
super
hawks or eagles.
super quickly. But here we go.
And sometimes they carry it off and they hold it down and just eat it while it's alive. A lot of birds of prey will do that. And the cool thing about falcons is
Like
that
this
they are
one here.
not closely related to hawks or eagles.
It's true.
So falconiform birds are not close relatives of your acipterine birds, hawks and eagles. These guys, even though they're called birds of prey, raptors, we've discovered recently they're not close relatives to those other birds of prey.
Nope.
They're more closely related to parrots, which is really cool to think about.
Peregrine falcon right
That
there.
means that they've independently evolved
other
this kind
falcons?
of body structure that seems very similar to hawks and eagles.
But there are distinct differences in their morphology,
Falcons?
but especially in their DNA. The subsurface stuff is just completely different, and it shows that
And
they're
they related, yep,
much more closely
to
related,
parrots.
rather, to parrots,
There we go. There's your parrots right there.
to eagles and hawks.
So parrots and falcons and caracaras.
So yeah.
Pretty neat. Whereas to get to hawks and eagles, the Acipteriformes, they're way over there. Wild, right? Falcons are not closely related to hawks or eagles. Strange, but cool. Yeah. Raptor is a lifestyle, not a clade. There you go, Cast the Dreamer. Bingo. Yeah. And Airboss says it was so cool to be that close to a peregrine falcon, the fastest animal on the planet. You're lucky the photo isn't super blurry. You're lucky she was holding still. Gorgeous critter. Yeah. Lovely. And at Mayor Spaces, I used to get rated into a channel in which the guy's a falconer. I can't remember what the username was or who was sending me there. Interesting. Huh. Anyway, lovely, lovely photo here, Airboss. I'm impressed. And that is amazing that those falcons are not closely related to hawks and eagles. Yeah, falcons in general, that whole group, they're much closer to parrots. Wild, right? Yeah. There we go. Falcons, parrots. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. And Frankie says, is that why dinosaurs didn't have feathers to regulate heat? A lot of dinosaurs did have feathers. No, absolutely. Many dinosaurs, if not most dinosaurs, had feathers at least at some stage in their life. We're still kind of figuring out who did and who didn't. But we know a lot of dinosaurs did have feathers. Anyway, pretty neat. Pretty neat. And we've got an Irish-born Harris hawk, too. Very cool, Airboss. That's a lovely photo. My goodness. Majestic. So cool. A hawk in flight. 3 photos today. Wow. These are beautiful, though. I'm not even going to complain. This is fantastic. Look at that. Lovely. And an Irish jackdaw, crow, and a European robin, Airboss. Look at these. We're just talking about corvids like Jack does. And there's your European robin. Nice. And Lloyd Hibani, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Did I meet you at TwitchCon? I see that TwitchCon icon, that badge next to your name there. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Awesome. Oh, welcome, Lloyd. Good to see you again. We're doing Thursday BIRDSday right now. We're talking about how birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs, and we're sharing bird photos from the community. Just kind of celebrating the dinosaurness of birds, like we do on Thursdays here. Yeah. Lovely stuff, Air Boss. This is great. Thank you for sharing. Ugh. Jay Quartz has got a yellow-rumped warbler and a Cooper's hawk. Wants to come inside. That's lovely. And laundry day. Cooper's hawk. This is great. Oh, boy. Jay Quartz says, both photos were taken at my house. The yellow-rumped warbler was outside my window eating insects that I think were stuck on the windowsill by spiderweb. The Cooper's hawk swooped down and landed on the basket. That's... You must have some awesome habitat around your house if you've got these two beautiful bird species. I don't think of these as being like urban or suburban birds, neither of them. So that's super cool. You must live in a really cool place. Nice. And Neverwinter, yes, Thursday BIRDSday is back. We saw your photo earlier, Neverwinter. Gorgeous. And what a cool story, too. Thank you for sharing. Welcome back, Neverwinter. You live near a freeway entrance? Well, you must have some awesome plants around that are just drawing in all kinds of different organisms, forming a basis of a food chain for these birds to be able to exploit. That's super neat. And Air Boss has got a juvenile red-winged blackbird. Very nice. Great photos all around, Air Boss. Osprey with a flounder for dinner. Save some of these for later, Air Boss. Holy cow. You've got so many. What a small little flounder. R.I.P. that flounder. Those super curved osprey claws. Very nice. Pyro Kitty has got a rainbow lorikeet from the Denver Zoo. Is that who this is? Is that a rainbow lorikeet? Huh. They look like that. And this looks like this. I think that is what it is. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Lorikeet of some sort. I bet you it's a rainbow lorikeet. Very cool. Thanks for posting. That's lovely. Mayor of Space says, I saw this little dove along with its mate on a little island in the Tomoka River, where it empties into the Halifax River at Tomoka State Park in Florida, presumably, right? They were definitely smaller than mourning doves, but I don't know what species. Could be a collared dove? Just a guess? Although I feel like collared doves are larger than mourning doves. Could definitely be wrong about that. Very cool. Neverwinter, any ideas? Kind of dove down there in Florida? Huh. I don't know my doves well enough, especially not on the East Coast. Huh. Common ground dove, maybe, says Neverwonderful. It is on the ground. Huh. Very cool. Nice. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for posting. And sound warning from Karanka. This was a hawk at a bird facility I filmed who wasn't so friendly. Well, well, well. Let's turn our sound down and have ourselves a watch here. That's lovely. Oh, boy. Oh, that's fantastic. That's really great. Thank you for posting. Yeah, holy cow. Here, we'll give that one of these and one of these. Karanga, that's lovely. I appreciate that. Delightful. That's a Harris hawk. Oh, very cool, Neverwinter. Okay, nice, nice. And the sound made my dog bark? Interesting, Lady Fiend. Should we try it again? Hey. Lovely. And Miss Capri Kel says, I love the bald eagles here in Colorado. Oh, beautiful. We saw some bald eagles recently at the Oakland Zoo and then at Lindsay Wildlife. But they were captive. Not free roaming like these ones. Very cool. It's always neat when you see bald eagles. I didn't grow up with a lot of bald eagles around where I lived, so when I moved to Montana, it was really cool seeing them. And then just, what was it, last year or the year before? I got a picture of one right here in the Bay Area. At Alameda Beach. Just a few miles from where I am right now. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. You looking for some more attention? Is that what you're doing? Yeah? Oh. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? Scratch that neck. Yeah. Oh. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, you bored right now? We're here to say hello? And Vike says, I'm in Cape Coral, Florida. I have some bald eagles and a whole lot of burrowing owls. Very, very cool. We don't have burrowing owls where I live. That's awesome. Yeah, super neat. And Jesse Vanita says, I really wonder what T-Rex sounded like. I know there were a lot of different approximations, but hearing the real thing would be quite interesting. Oh yeah, absolutely. You pushing the camera around, sweetie pie? Yeah, she is. Is that a good spot for it? You satisfied with that? Oh. Yeah. And Miss Caprikel says it was so funny. The big lake image. There we go. Was a parent with two juveniles. The young ones were more interested in playing with a stick than learning how to fish on ice. To be fair, ice fishing is not the most engaging of activities. So, I think I can sympathize. Anyway, good stuff. And Rubber Ducky Side-Eye Air Boss. There you go. And Lil Bird has got a woodpecker for us. Who is this? Is that an acorn woodpecker? I'm not sure what kind of bird this is. But it's beautiful. Very nice. Well done, little bird 20. Well done. Sweetie Pie, you're stepping on the soundboard. Yeah. And hey, California Burbs, what's shaking? Happy Thursday Birdsday to you. We're going over user submitted, community submitted photos of birds. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anyway, California Burbs, I hope you're having a great day. And I'm glad we got a shout out for you. If anybody would like to see live birds doing their thing right here in California, a little bit south of where I live. I'm up here in the Bay Area. You know, the Bay Area. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. We're up here in the Bay Area. California Burbs is a little further south. Is it Paso Robles? That area? Anyway, yeah. But it's always a good time looking at the California birds at California Burbs. Here.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible.
And Majot, 1,000 bits, thank you. Holy cow. Thank you, Majot. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for that support. And Sweetie Pie appreciates it too. We'll get some more treats with that, won't we? Yeah, does that sound good to you? Yeah. Here's California Burbs right here. Oh, and we've got California quails, our state bird right there. Fantastic. Oh, this is awesome. Good stuff. California quail. We've got, is that a dark-eyed junco? We've got a woodpecker right there too. Lovely. Awesome. This is super cool. Anyway, go check out California Burbs if you're not yet doing so. Chat, seriously. Awesome channel. Here, let's continue with our Thursday Birdsday goodness here. We're gonna get through all the rest of these. Little bird, thank you for posting. Not sure what kind of woodpecker this is, but it's very pretty. I like it a lot. And Benzor has got a bird that we don't have here where I live, a blue jay. Looking right at the camera. Lovely. Yeah, very nice. So jays like this are related to corvids. They're very smart birds. Where I live, we don't have blue jays, but we do have Steller's jays and scrub jays. I've recently realized that I live right where their range overlaps, which is super cool. So we get both of those blue jay family birds, but neither of them is a blue jay. Sweetie Pie, you're right in front of the camera. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, do you sometimes like to go out into the wilderness to do some bird watching? I've got to drive quite a ways to get to wilderness from where I live, but I do enjoy doing that when I get the chance, for sure. Oh, Sweetie Pie. What are you looking at? Who is that? This is me. likes that new light. He's like, it doesn't smell like me yet. We gotta change that. Oh. Anyway, let's continue with our Thursday BIRDSday Birds. Benzor, this is lovely. Let's give that a blue heart here. Nice. And, oh, I wasn't trying to type a dot there. Here, I'll do that instead. There you go. Oh, and we'll give it one of these. PyroKitty says, another bird we saw while visiting Colorado. This is a Steller's jay. It's a bird I was just talking about. Very cool. These guys are neat. They're pretty shrill with their calls. Yeah. Here. Pull up a video for you. Steller's jay. They're so raucous. I love them. I'm obnoxious. Yeah, they love making noise. Isn't that the most beautiful call you've ever heard? These have so much personality, too. You gotta love them. Yeah, good stuff. And that's what you found, PyroKitty. Very nice. Well done. Beautiful. And Crimson Carnotaurus, oh yeah. This is a, why we should keep our animals inside, like Sweetie Pie here, if at all possible. Yeah, we're talking about you, sweetie. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Where's your self-preservation instinct, little kitten? Yeah, get out of there. Yeah, keep your cats indoors for the sake of the birds that the cats kill and the birds that can kill the cats. Yowza. Yeah. You don't know how lucky you are, little kitten. My goodness. So yeah, that's why we keep you inside, Sweetie Pie. We don't want you to be theropod food. No. Anyway, I think that'll do it. I think that's the last of our Thursday BIRDSday Birds. So, excellent. Well. Let's show off our Majungasaurus skull again real quick, because the glue should be very well set by now. And we can put that next to Sweetie Pie for scale. How's that sound? You wait there. Oh, look at that, Sweetie Pie. Look at that. Yeah. There we go. I'm really happy about this. Really happy with how this turned out. Our Majungasaurus skull here. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Majungasaurus. The big theropod dinosaur that we have from Madagascar. Lovely. And with that, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up today's stream. Good stuff. How's that sound, sweetie? You good with that? Yeah. Oh. She's so used to all kinds of dinosaur skulls and stuff like that here. And I am going to paint at Pyrokitty's Tavern, yeah. It'll probably be a while until I get around to it, but that's the plan. I'll be filling in a bunch of the seams and stuff with water putty. And I'll be smoothing certain portions of it to get rid of the print lines, and we'll paint it to look just like the real thing, because it is life-size. Majungasaurus. For those of you who are just kind of waltzing in, or came in since we talked about this critter, Majungasaurus, here we go. Yeah, nice depictions of it here. Yeah.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Palindroned, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Sweetie Pie, you're right in front of the camera again. This is your favorite spot, huh? Yeah.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
It's true, Narwhal 5000. Thank you for the follow. Sweetie Pie. And how long, how much filament, how much does it weigh are the questions coming in. Thank you, Claire. So, I'd say it weighs probably about 8 pounds, maybe? Yeah, 7 or 8 pounds. It used about 3 or 4 spools of filament, so 3 or 4 kilos of filament, but then a lot of that was supports that I had to take off, so yeah, actually it might be closer to 10 pounds. I don't know. Anyway, it's lighter than you would expect because it's hollow inside. I printed it with 5% infill. And how long did it take to print? I think it was about 60 hours of print time. 60 hours? That sounds about right. Yeah. 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 There we go. Majungasaurus. In here. I'm gonna... Sorry, Sweetie Pie. We're gonna scoot you off the desk. Or at least out of the... There we go. So you're not immediately in front of the camera. Let's move our cycad here. Let's put our Majungasaurus right here. It's like not even gonna fit. She didn't like that sound. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. Oh boy. Alright, watch out. Watch out. You are not very transparent, Sweetie Pie. We can't see. We can't see. Oh, you up to no good? Yeah. Anyway, everybody, it's about time to wrap up today's stream. So we've gone for 5 hours at this point, 5.25 hours. Time to wrap things up. Put an Archaeopteryx under our credits for today. For Thursday BIRDSday. There we go. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Lucy Vert. I appreciate it. Yeah. Let's find somebody to raid here. See who's on. Sweetie Pie, I really need to be on camera at the end of my stream. I'm sorry. Here. Scoot you out of the way. Oh, Nerduino is on. Well, well, well. We're gonna go raid Nerduino. Former NASA scientist, current science streamer. Go check out what he's doing. But thank you to everybody whose names are appearing in our credits right now. Everyone from those hardworking moderators. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you more than you know. To the quietest of lurkers. For the most vociferous of question askers. To the most generous of gifters and cheerers. And the most stalwart of subscribers and other supporters. To those people who came in with raids. Appreciate you very much. New followers, welcome to the community. We'll be streaming again on Monday. Our new schedule is Monday through Thursday from 1 p.m. California time until about 6 p.m. California time. So I hope you'll join us again next week, where I guess we'll be talking about that new finding another impact structure from the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. KPG impactor, we'll be talking about that. Anyway, everybody, Sweetie Pie is going to block our camera.